Good morning, Nancy. Good morning.
Hello.
Hear me?
Hello.
Hello. Check.
Okay, the agenda is published correctly and the packet will be published in just a moment.
Nancy, what should we do for lunch?
Oh, I passed you.
Oh, thank you.
You're
Lunch is
so
here.
welcome. Okay. Good morning, San Miguel County. Today is Tuesday, not Wednesday, April 22nd, 2025. It's 9:30 a.m. and I am calling to order this regular meeting of the Board of County Commissioners for San Miguel County. Present in the room are all three commissioners and staff. Currently, no members of the public in the room, but perhaps a few online. We will begin the meeting as usual with a moment of silence for grounding and gratitude. Thank you. Number 4, item review of agenda. Any staff or commissioner comments on the agenda?
This agenda looks great.
Agreed. Love the agenda. Okay, no changes. We are now open for public comment for items not on the agenda. Please limit comments to 3 minutes. If comments are not related to an item on the agenda, there will be no board response or action taken since the topic was not posted with proper notice and any comment could potentially violate the Colorado Open Meetings laws. Hello. Is anyone here for public comment for items not on the agenda? No, and I do not see any hands raised online, so we will move on to item 6, which is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second,
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye as well. The consent agenda is approved. We're off to a good start, team. Moving on now to item 7A, Parks and Open Space Matters. I see some Parks and Open Space folks here, including Janet Kask, our director. And is that Julie? Boy, I only really see online. It's nice to see you in person, Julie Cold, our noxious weed manager. And I can only assume the third person is Josh Hansen, our new assistant noxious weed manager. Is that correct?
Good morning.
Thank you all for being here. How are you?
We're doing well, getting busy.
Yes, you are.
Busy with the season. So I'm here today just to introduce Josh to everybody, new assistant weed manager. And we actually are fortunate enough now to have a full crew this season for the first time in 6 years. So we're really excited.
That
And
is
hopefully
exciting.
get some really good work done. So
To what do you attribute that besides good luck and fabulous management?
the status with the federal government right now,
Ah,
a little more people, I think, in the labor pool.
I was gonna suggest it was Josh's company, like the Pied Piper.
Could be.
can you remind us of the structure of your department, Julie? I know we share resources with Uray County.
Correct.
Can you just kind of review that for the commissioners and the public?
Yeah, so for many years now, before my time, actually, for about, I don't know, last 20 some odd years, Uray County has had an agreement with San Miguel County and IGA to share the services of myself and the assistant weed manager. We split our time. I'm here about 20 hours a week and they're 20 hours a week and he's here 18 and 18 there as well. So we have 2 counties.
And are there other additional staff in addition to the two of you mentioned?
Generally speaking, I'm budgeted for 2 seasonals here, 2 seasonals there. I have been here, this is my 6th year now. I have never had 2 seasonals in San Miguel County. This is the first year in 6 years that I've had 2. So, will be very helpful for me to get the work done. In addition to my normal workload, I have a grant through the America the Beautiful grant to do some tamarisk work in Disappointment Valley. And I was just speaking to the Corps the other day, and we're trying to line out our timing on that to get some of the tamarisk done. It's out in Dry Creek Basin. The idea of that was to benefit the Gunnison sage grouse as well. With our work, even though I've been told that they're really not in the basin right now, recently. And then in addition to that, we also have some work we're going to be doing for the first time since I've been here with the U.S. Forest Service. So we got additional work to do this year. So
You'll be busy.
good timing to have a full staff.
Good. All right. So would you like to introduce Josh? I mean, in terms of his background, or Josh, would you like to speak a little bit about yourself?
Sure. My name's Josh Hansen. Happy to be here. Excited to work with Julie. Grew up in Montrose, Colorado. Went to school at Colorado State University for Natural Resources Management. My wife and 2 little ones just moved back to Montrose from the Front Range about 3 years ago. Both my wife and I's parents still live in town, so get a lot of help with the kids that way. So that's really nice to be back over here with family, and yeah, just excited to get going.
Great. And can you tell us a little bit about your professional background and how that relates to the work you're doing here?
Yeah, so the large majority of the work I've done in my career is with noxious weed management throughout mostly in Colorado, but a lot throughout the West. Worked with a handful of different nonprofits in Nevada and Arizona doing noxious weed management and research and monitoring, and was on the Front Range with Jefferson County Open Space and Trails, and did a lot of noxious weed management for them. So hope it should be a good fit.
Sound very well qualified. Well, we're happy to have you here. Welcome back to the Western Slope and to San Miguel County and Ouray County.
Thank you.
And we do also have a fully staffed, if you will, weed board at this point
Yes.
too, right?
Correct.
So this
First time ever as well.
for the first time ever. Okay, so the weeds better watch out. This is going to be a big summer for the weeds. All right. Well, commissioners, anything to add? Yes.
Got a question, Josh, based on your background, which sounds like it's deep and broad. Have there been any particular techniques that you've experienced or noticed that we aren't using and that you'll be able to bring to us that will help us combat noxious weeds?
That's a good question. Definitely have had a wide range of different groups and organizations that I've worked with, from local governments to nonprofits and that kind of thing. So just still learning and seeing what Julie, kind of her approach, and yeah, hopefully I'll be able to add some things that will help our program as a whole.
Great. Well, I think that Julie's a wise enough manager to rely on input from other sources, and that together, her on the ground experience here and your experiences out in the broader West should be a really great combination. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Kalina.
I mean, given my background in landscape architecture, just work I've done, I just have some personal interest in what you're doing, and I think it's so great that you're joining the team. I am curious about how much, and this is a very specific question, but the Russian olive is on your radar, because out on Wrights Mesa, it's definitely starting to spread more prolifically, especially in riparian zones, and just in the name of water conservation. I'm wondering what tactics you're thinking about for that particular noxious weed. And it's been just a topic of conversation in my neighborhood.
Sure.
Just through the HOA, and just more widespreadly across Wrights Mesa, it's becoming more of a problem.
Yeah, it's a great question. I think a few years back, the state actually made it mandatory species to manage when it's on in a riparian or along a waterway. So hopefully with that new mandate, folks kind of start getting on board with managing those areas that are, sensitive for a lot of different animal and plant species. And so we did a ton of that in Jefferson County. That was kind of our winter projects, if you will, were tamarisk removal, and we found, really, really good luck with just cutting the stump at the ground and then taking the cambium, so the growing tissue of the tree. And that seems to work really well. It's really safe application, and don't have to worry about it going places you don't want it to or that kind of thing. But yeah, between that and tamarisk, I think it's a top priority for people in Colorado, especially with our water issues and that kind of thing. So hopefully people start getting those projects going.
Thanks.
In San Miguel County, I think that we're going to encounter more of that on private property than we will on public lands or on county property. The reason the project is going forward in San Miguel County with America the Beautiful is because we're doing that primarily on CPW and we're doing it on BLM lands. So if there are homeowners that are struggling with that, that's something they're going to need to reach out to myself, the Vegetation Management Department, and help, so we can help them and guide them and do that. But like I said, it's primarily, I think, on private property that we're dealing with this. So
You're absolutely right. That's where I've seen most of it is on
Mhm.
private property. But it's good for folks to know that they can reach out and at least get some guidance, tips.
Yeah.
Julie, the mention of the grant-funded projects on public land leads me to wonder if you're able to prioritize the county properties first, or how that balance works, because I know that you've got an obligation to the grant funders to
Mhm.
accomplish those tasks. I know that you've got a full team for the first time ever, but I'm not sure which portion of the job is going to take priority for you.
So you did bring up this at one of the last Board of County Commissioner meetings. So the America the Beautiful grant, we will be helping with that. I intend to, help us get as far along as we can, but most of that is oversight for the Corps.
Great.
They're going to be doing most of the work. I do intend to have our department help as well, but that's mostly Corps. So I don't anticipate that taking a great deal of our time. But we do, like I said, additionally have the Forest Service work as well. I don't think it's going to be an issue, especially not with a full staff.
Great. Thank you.
So,
And thanks for that reminder.
Yeah. I know Suzanne Chevins, our communications coordinator, enjoys writing those monthly weed of the month columns. So maybe was it a Russian olive that you mentioned? Might be a good topic for an early one of those. Now she's on the weed board, so even easier to find. All right. Anybody? Yes, Mike.
Just had one last question. I was curious if the cost share program was still happening
yes.
and how folks go about enrolling or.
We still have the cost share program. We still have it. The additional money that we put in last year is still available. As of right now, I've only had one person take advantage of that, but he is a commercial applicator who's doing several properties here in San Miguel County, and has come and purchased herbicides from me
Okay.
as part of that cost share program. It's on the website. It's easy. You just go on the website, fill out the form, it gets directly emailed to me, and then from there I get herbicides to whoever needs them. It's very easy.
And
We still
what-
have funds in it.
What does it entail, just for those who may not be aware? Is it a 50% discount, something pretty generous?
The cost share is a 50% discount on the cost of herbicides, as long as those herbicides are being used to tackle a weed that is on the Colorado Department of Agriculture's list. It can't be something that's native that somebody just wants to get rid of. It has to be on that list. 50% off, up to $500 per landowner.
All right. That's terrific. All right, I'm looking around. Any other comments or questions? Great. Well, we are so happy to have you, Josh. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And Julie, it's nice to see you in person.
Nice
You
to
know,
see
most of
you.
the time you're out there, hopefully in the sunshine. Janet, sorry, did you have anything to add?
Nope, we're just thrilled to have Josh and welcome him aboard.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day and a good summer battling those weeds. All right.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah. All right, we are now moving on to right on time to item 7B, consideration of the appointment of Tara Alexander to serve on the San Miguel County Fair Board. And I do see Tara online. Carmen, could Tara turn on her video and obviously her audio? And is there somebody who is introducing her, or
That would be me.
that would be Janet? That's why you're sitting there. Hi,
Um,
Tara.
Yeah,
So-
thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. Yeah, I just wanted to introduce Tara real quick. She is a candidate for the Fair Board, and I recently met with her. As she mentioned in her letter, she has extensive 4-H experience, having been a member herself. Her 2 daughters are currently members, and she also served on the Fair Board previously a few years ago. We also have Michaela Gordon on the call, and Michaela is the president of the Fair Board. So I'll turn it over to Michaela and Tara. And Tara, if you want to introduce yourself, that would be great.
Good morning. Tara Alexander. I have been a lifetime resident of San Miguel County, except for when I was in college. And yeah, I'm super passionate about 4-H, and it's a big thing for me and my family. So it's something I want to continue to see going further, not just in the livestock aspect of things, but in every aspect. There's so many opportunities for all ages and kids to do so many different things, and I think that's important. So yeah, my kiddos are in it, and I'm super passionate about it, and we need all the help we can get.
Thank you, Tara. Michaela, would you like to make a few remarks?
Yeah, I was just gonna say the board had agreed that Tara would be a great candidate for the board. She's, as she said, she's got lots of experience with it, and we're excited to have her insight as we move forward in preparing for this year and future years.
That's terrific. And how many members do you have, Michaela? And are you full with Tara's appointment?
We are not quite full. We currently have 8. With Tara's appointment, that would be 9, and then we still have 1 vacant seat to make it 10.
Okay, and I was pleased to see that Reagan Snyder chose to be reappointed, and we took care of that this morning with the consent agenda. So that's great. Okay, so 1 more seat if anyone else is interested. But Tara, you seem like a great fit, and really appreciate your stepping up to serve again. Commissioners, any comments or questions?
Only comment to say thanks for being willing to serve on the Fair Board. You know, you have extensive background and that your kids are involved, and I think that's really important. So thanks for being willing to serve.
Thank you.
My only comments in the form of a motion to approve the appointment of Tara Alexander to serve on the San Miguel County Fair Board.
I second that.
Any discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. The motion carries unanimously. Welcome, Tara, and thank you for now what will be dual service to San Miguel County. Appreciate that.
Mhm.
Keeping busy. And Michaela, thank you for your leadership. Terrific.
Thank you, Anne, and congratulations, Tara. We're excited to have you on board.
All righty.
Thank you.
Last Parks and Open Space Matter 7C update from Anna Christensen, San Miguel County CSU Extension Director. And I have been getting so many interesting emails from Annika about what's happening at her office that I bet she has a lot to share. Is Annika available to?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi, Annika.
Okay, hi. How is everyone? Just enjoying the beautiful sun out here in Norwood, Earth Day, and grateful to be here. Thanks for giving me some of your time. So I want to make this little update. I saw I had 20 minutes, which is a really long time. Thank you guys, but we'll see if I make it to 20 minutes. But what I really wanted to do was establish just a space with you guys where we're doing more frequent updates. It doesn't need to be all the time, but I'm thinking quarterly or biannually, something like this, or twice a year. So we can talk about that at the end and see what you're interested in. So first of all, I just wanted to make sure everyone knows what we do and who we are out here in Norwood. We serve all of San Miguel County, and we're connected to our land-grant university, which is Colorado State University. And the amazing thing about these land-grant universities in almost every state is that they have these little tendrils out to the rural areas. And so our job is clean and simple. It's to provide resources that are science and research backed to our communities. And I think also to really have a pulse on who our community is and what it needs. And that changes. And so acknowledging that as well. For me, I've been absolutely enamored by this role. I think it's the coolest job in the world. And stepping into this office has allowed me to really connect with my community in really new and beautiful ways. So starting in January, I circulated a community needs assessment. And this was my way of wanting to check in with where we're at and people's perceptions of the Extension Office, if people even know what we do or where we are or any of those things, what we offer. So this circulated in January and February. I do think I want to kind of pop it back out for a little bit, but I also might close it and just go again next year. It's hard to get people to fill out a survey. So we had 51 responses so far. And thank you to, I think Galena helped circulate, and I know Ann Brown took it, I'm pretty sure. So thank you so much for your time with that. So I thought I would just give you a brief summary of what I found, and then I'll share what it is that we're doing to sort of respond to that, to our results, and what we've done, and then what we're looking to do going forward. And then we'll wrap up with that. So the first thing that I noted was that most people who are engaged and responding to our survey and even engaged in our programming are in the 60 and older age bracket. Of course, we have our 4-H youth as well, but this has me thinking a lot about how to activate and engage our younger area population, not just our retirees. And the second age group was in the 45 to 59 age bracket. And then we went down to 30 to 44. So I'm thinking about how we can shape our programming and also about the timing when we're hosting our programming, accessibility, and the interest level. What are people interested in? Our primary occupation that responded to our survey was first retired, but also almost in a tie was this professional healthcare, education, nurses, doctors, this sort of zone. And then after that, we had our farmer and rancher community, which is interesting to me because, Extension is usually really pushed towards ag and livestock and farmers and ranchers. I don't know if it's just that farmers and ranchers don't have time to respond to a survey, which might be the case, or if we need to do more in those areas. So food for thought. But I think it is interesting that our working professionals are engaged. So we do have a little bit of in here, and I want to work with that. The next thing that I've noticed is that most people who responded to our survey or are engaged in our programming are living here for more than 20 years. So I'm thinking a lot about how we can engage people who have lived here for less time, maybe in the 1 to 5 year range. How do we bring them into our community and actively engage them and bring them into what we're doing with Extension? So out of our survey, I parsed out anecdotal responses, which we had a lot of, and into sections, and then other responses based on the questions I asked, into sectors or sections that extension offers. So the first one that I pull out was agriculture and food systems. And the top community needs identified here was access to food, local food access, thinking about who's making and who's growing here, and how are we increasing that access from people to the growers, to the producers, and then education around that. So I've been talking a lot with Leela, with the Norwood Food Hub people, all of this, and we're starting to create some plans. Gardening and food preservation was up there, and support for small farms and sustainable practices was the third one that I pulled out. So thinking a lot about too this West End initiative, West End Vision Project, which I've been so drawn by, this concept of self-reliance, that our vibe here is self-reliance. We want to be self-sufficient. There's clearly a strong community interest in local food production and self-reliance. So I'm thinking about these things. Residents want practical workshops. They want to know how to move here and have a garden in their backyard, have chickens, butcher their own chickens, preserve their food, and be sustainable. And then there's this strong desire for support for new farmers. And how can we keep doing what we're doing here? How can we maintain our soil health? This was mentioned a lot, and water conservation. So with CSU, Colorado State University, we have all of these amazing resources. We have specialists who are experts in their fields. And I've been starting to reach out to water, hydrology specialists, soil health specialists, natural resource specialists to start to schedule some programming along these lines. But of course, I'm thinking too, okay, we're getting busy into the summer, let's wait till the fall. But we did a few things this spring. So the things that we did do this spring to meet these community needs and interests, we hosted a kimchi making class. And this was amazing. I want to keep doing stuff like this. We had 17 participants, and they were from all over: Ouray, Telluride, Ridgeway, Montrose. So this was really exciting to me that we can do this like small dinky class that I ended up putting on in the middle of nowhere in Norwood. And we bring in all these people, and they were ages 8 to, 68, 78. So we had this beautiful collection of community members. It was really fun. And these just feel like low-hanging fruit that I want to keep doing, these little classes. I was thinking about, what can we do DIY, household cleaning stuff, these things that bring people together and that bring all ages together. Next, I did a cottage foods class. I brought in an instructor for this. We had 12 participants and 9 took the final exam to be certified. And so again, this means to me, okay, now we have 9 new people in our county who are certified to to have a cottage foods license. They can start their little business from their home. So we're helping with the economy, and we're helping with people's small businesses. This was exciting for me. We had a seed starting class for little ones. It was called Seed Starting for Mommy and Me. This again was bringing in all ages. And then upcoming, I'll be attending Ag Day, which I do every year. It has a special place in my heart, and this is out in Nucla, working with all of the kids. They come in with their classes and kind of rotate between stations, and it brings in, usually Norwood School comes, and Netarita and Nucla. And I think too, Paradox School comes out for that one. So I'm going to read a book in my station. Program ideas going forward in this agriculture and natural resources sector, expanding gardening and food preservation classes, thinking about seasonal series, hosting backyard farming workshops, gardening, chickens, composting. Specifically, I've been drawn in by this concept of hugelkultur, which is building these mounds above the ground that you can plant in. They're super water saving, they hold on to the moisture, and this seems like a really fun hack for our community that's running out of water. And then also thinking about how can we bring in specialists to develop like a new farmer toolkit? What are the resources in our region? Who can they talk to? What do we have already here? What do we need? And who can be the partners for new producers? Second sector, moving on, youth development and 4-H. This was the next topic pulled from my survey. First of all, our 4-H is off to a great start this year. We just ended enrollments. I think we have about 70 kids. And although a bulk of our kids are from the West End, we do have, a group out on Wilson Mesa that's meeting at the Schmid Ranch. And because I recognize that we're not pulling in necessarily kids from Telluride, I am working this spring to bring 4-H related programming and youth programming to Telluride, so that we're covering all areas, specifically working with Dominique at the library to access Latinx population, and bringing in the OLA team from Colorado State University to talk about college readiness and preparedness and how to get into college even. What are the opportunities and the options and the resources?
Annika, while you're
Yes.
on youth programming,
Yes.
are you familiar with the Shed, which is opening in the next few weeks?
Yes, I did see that. I mean, I'm not familiar. I need to familiarize. But
Yeah, you might reach out to
Really cool.
Don Katz at Tri-County, because they're looking for programming. Tri-County is running the programming, but they're looking for other groups to bring in programming. That would be what could be a wonderful place for you to do your work in addition to the library.
Oh, that's great. Yes. Okay, that's really good. Yeah, what I found is, just finding established programming or groups or organizations, and then coming in from there is my best bet, rather than just throwing out some random event into the ether. So that's really great tip, and I will follow up on that. Absolutely. Okay, so top community needs identified, more activities for youth, especially in the most rural areas. Skill building and leadership development was up there. Career exposure and life skills. So with this spring, I brought in the CSU accessibility team. We visited area schools and we talked about college readiness. And this was really great. We sort of did this like conversationally with smaller groups, answered questions. And what I was really impressed by was that the CSU team barely mentioned Colorado State University. It wasn't about promoting the school. It was about getting kids into school. So I do want to work more with them and bring them in. They were really beneficial. Let's see. What else are we doing? This spring, I'm taking 2 kids to Italy and France. We had 2 of our local youth accepted into a really cool program to go study and travel and experience regenerative practices in northern Italy and southern France. So yes, twist my arm. I will chaperone this. Really excited for that. I've been doing little 4-H project taster classes that are open to all youth in the community. We did recycled trash creatures, and we did a community nature board where everyone brought their acorns and pine cones and everything. And we talked about, bringing in nature into our art and beauty and all of these things, color. We're doing leathercraft classes in Red Vale. We have an upcoming workshop on May 3rd with a really well-known 4-H leather crafter, Kay, what's her name? Kay Orton, something Orton. I can't remember. She's coming to do a workshop here in Norwood, and she'll also be doing training for local volunteers who are interested in leading leathercraft workshops. And we'll also be collaborating with Crossbow Leather to do some adult classes during the day too. So that will be fun. We have our shooting sports program, which is just growing and growing after, I think, 10 or more year hiatus. We got it going last year. We have about 20 kids, I think, and we added archery this year, a new leader. So this is growing. It's fun. It's outdoors. It's on the West End. Again, also coming up, I'll hurry it along. We have MQA coming up, Meat Quality Assurance. I've been able to source all of my teaching materials from the local community, so I don't have to go pick up a trailer in the middle of nowhere with all of our training materials. So I'm excited this year for that. We're offering a fair marketing class to help our youth learn how to market their animals before the livestock sale, and I'm hoping to bring in local business people from the business community to help give feedback for the kids about how to speak and how to share what it is that they're doing and what they've worked on. Really exciting coming up. I'm collaborating with Dark Sky Coalition and True North Youth Programming to host a camp out. This will be May 23rd. We're going to bring a bunch of telescopes out into the woods and invite kids from all over the county. Anyone is welcome for a really fun and educational camp out. And I think we'll get Ellen Metric in to do a creative writing part of that as well. So very special. So from our survey, clear demand for expanded 4-H offerings, especially non-livestock projects. This is what Tara was mentioning. It's hard though. 4-H is so traditionally livestock, but I'm working on it. Parents are really eager for hands-on after-school programs. And then this desire to see more programming for youth leadership and real-world experience and entrepreneurship. I've been hearing a lot about, and anecdotally was shared in the survey. So let's move on. I see I'm gonna run out. I actually was so worried to get to the 20 minutes, but here we go. I can talk forever. I guess I'll backtrack too. One of the things I've been working on, which has been really exciting to me, is I've been working one-on-one with a local high school student who wanted to start a business. She doesn't want to go to college. And we've been doing, I crafted this multi-month workshop Entrepreneurship 101 series. We meet 4 days a week for an hour. So it's a big time thing, but it's a learning experience for me and for her. I brought in different experts in marketing, Google Analytics, logo, graphic design, business incubation, SBDC folks to work with her. And we'll be pitching her business on May 6th. And I think I saw that Galena will be there, which is great, but we'd love anyone who can come to come. This will be at the Norwood Sheriff's Annex at 6 p.m. and this will be her final presentation. But this is bigger than just this. It's been picked up by the local schools out here in the West End, and I'm hoping to include the curriculum into their school curriculum next year. It sounds like it will grow. Okay, moving on. Environment and natural resources. This was the next thing I pulled from our survey. Top community needs identified were education on land stewardship, fire mitigation, big one, water use, big one, wildlife and ecosystem education, and community resilience and climate impacts. So there is this impending sense of what's going on with the environment, with the climate, with how it's impacting our local producers, and even just backyard gardeners. So with this spring, we hosted a fire resilience and preparedness workshop out here in Norwood. We had 32 participants in person. We had, I think it was like 7 on Zoom, and we brought in local voices. We had West Region Wildfire Council there. We had fire chiefs from Norwood and Telluride. We had Shannon Armstrong, our county emergency planner. We were supposed to have a CSU natural resources person, but we ended up not even needing her because it was just so good and so important. And the resources that were shared were so crucial, so vital for even this year when what's going to happen. We also brought in a wolf livestock non-lethal conflict mitigation specialist from the CDA. And we had a really, I call it spicy conversation out here on the West End with farmers and ranchers. I think we had 15 in attendance to discuss ways to manage the incoming wolves that will surely be affecting everyone out here. This was important. I worked with Shannon Armstrong to create a after the disaster manual. This is about what to do after a wildfire, really, or flooding or any disaster, but really we were aiming this at wildfire. This has been made accessible. It's now posted on the county website. As I mentioned, we have hugelculture and gardening classes on the way. We are doing fire-resistant plant trials here at the Norwood Community Garden as part of our research this summer. Some ideas going forward. I've thought about hosting a Living with the Land series, thinking about fire, drought, gardens, wildlife coexistence. I'd like to partner with other agencies to offer workshops on invasive species and range management. And also thinking about developing a real climate resiliency action plan with the community. This is something I've done in the past in a different life for eco hotels. I actually worked for this company, Second Muse, and we would write these climate resilience action plans for these bougie eco hotels in California. And I thought this would be something nice to have just for our community. I'm sure there is stuff already going on, but how can we make it really tangible and inclusive of the community members who are living and breathing this stuff?
Annika, in that regard, you may coordinate with Eco Action Partners,
Yes.
which you're familiar with their climate action plan.
Totally. Yes. Love those guys. And I agree. Yeah, I think that's great. Thank you. Okay. Health, wellness, and community vitality. Mental health and wellness resources were brought up, access to food and basic needs, community connection and volunteerism. And this is the one where I really feel like I can have some play, have some skin in the game. I've been thinking a lot about our volunteerism. It's a big part of Extension. 4-H runs on volunteerism. Colorado Master Gardener runs on volunteerism. Native Plant Master runs on it. So this month we did a big gratitude month for our volunteers. We had deals and discounts from local businesses from Telluride, Norwood, the West End, as a way to sort of incentivize and start to create this culture and gratitude for our volunteers. I think volunteering is one of the most important things a community needs to have to maintain health and vitality of the community. So this is important to me. Hi. Oh, Art Good Times this year. Okay, let's see, what else? We co-hosted a leadership coffee with the Telluride Foundation. This is going to happen now quarterly with local nonprofits. This was another way that we can think about our health, wellness, community vitality. And also starting to speak with some CSU specialists on health and well-being programming. One of the things I've looked into is getting certified to do an Annie's Project workshop, which is working with women in the ag sector. So these are things on my mind. I'm going to just skip along. Economic development and workforce skills was listed as a big one. Workforce readiness for youth, business development, local economic diversification, access to training and education. So again, this brought in the cottage foods licensing and other things that we can go into in the fall. I'd like to expand and continue the Entrepreneurship 101 class. I'd like to develop a rural skills lab. I'm thinking about connecting here with Weedsea and other organizations in the area, but thinking out too about like the trades, woodworking, you know, whatever it is that the kids are interested in, how can we connect this into 4-H? How can we connect this into extension for adults? How can we bring all of it together? And I'm also interested in hosting pop-up education events this fall. Grant writing is on there on my list. Funding resources is on there. Digital marketing, bringing in my friend Elaine who does this and is really happy to help. What I'm seeing here in our community is we have this really hands-on skill set, but we don't necessarily know how to get the money to keep going or to market ourselves or to find funding to write. So it's about expanding these skills for me. I want to wrap up here. I know we're over time. It's amazing to me. But what I wanted to wrap up with was just that as an office, we're really working to be in tune with our community, to be relevant, to be present, and to be helpful. And these are really simple things. And I wanted to ask the commissioners as I wrap up what it is that you're looking for. If you have any questions, what sort of updates would you be looking for from us? What kind of content? All of those things. Anything. And yeah.
Yeah, Galina, please.
Oh, well, do you have something else to say, Annika?
No, always, but no. I feel like I just rambled forever. Yeah.
Well,
Good.
I mean, first off, I really appreciate this update. I think everyone in the room does. Just you've been doing so much since you've come into the position, and I've really seen the outreach really kind of ripple through the community, and I hope you're seeing that with engagement. I appreciate the column that you're writing and for the San Miguel Basin Forum. I just read, I think you had one published just last week. And I think that the survey you put out was really on point and timely to, even if you only had, 51 responses, those seem to be really relevant responses. And I just appreciate your thoughtfulness in responding to the community and thinking about community needs and formulating all this programming. It's really incredible. So props. And I like the idea of maybe a quarterly update because it's really good for us to know what you're up to and find ways that we can support what you're doing.
Thanks. Thank you, Galina.
Yeah.
Lance?
Thanks, Ann. Hi, Annika. My Zoom just bumped me off, so I hope you can hear me. I doubt you can see me. I echo Galina's request for quarterly updates. I think that would be great. And as far as the content, what you just did was really useful. Hearing all the programs that you've put together and all the ideas that you're generating are exactly what I need to know. And I think that as you share with us that we will be able to do what Commissioner Brown did and share and try to connect other possibilities for you. That shed idea in particular sounded like a really useful possibility. One idea occurred to me as you were talking about boosting volunteerism and also your desire or the community's desire for kids after school programming, and knowing that there's opportunity with perhaps aging members of the community, with chores, with just kind of a good deeds society. I don't have a full picture of that concept, but it does seem like there's two needs and they might intersect.
Absolutely.
Keep up the good work. You're a force.
Thank you.
I agree with that. I am so appreciative of your energy, Annika, and your creativity. And I'm so impressed that you're thinking so big and yet you're also doing kimchi workshops yourself. So that's a rare combination, I think, in a staff member to have both that big vision and willingness and ability to roll up your hands. So we are super lucky to have you. Thank you so much. And I also would love the idea of quarterly updates because, as Lance said, we can help connect you with other groups that we're aware of, and also then we can spread the word about what you're doing. And I love the idea of you're trying to reach a bit over to the East End because yeah, that's terrific. And just one other connection, so I don't have to send you an email, is Elaine Demas at the Thyroid Foundation does something on the West End in terms of workforce readiness with kids who aren't going to be going to college. So check in with her. She's got some very specific programs and funding for that, I believe, as well. Now I don't have to send you an email. Great. All right. I think unless you have anything else to add, Annika, we need to.
No, please move on. Thank you.
Thank you
Sorry to go
so
over.
much. No, there's no sorry. We are so grateful for all the work you're doing and we want to know about it. So next time we'll give you 30 minutes.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks. Take care, Annika. Have a great summer. We'll see you in a few months.
Okay.
Or if not before. I do see we have a member of the public with his hand raised, but we are not going to take public comment on that agenda item, given that it was just an update and that we also are behind schedule. Moving on now to item 8A, which consideration of a request for an extension of the Society Turn preliminary subdivision plan and preliminary PUD plan approval. Hello, Kay Simonson with a snappy haircut, and Tom Kennedy, who is representing the applicant. Take it away, Kay.
So yeah, good morning. This is a request for a second extension for the Society Turn parcel preliminary PUD and subdivision approval. By way of background, this project's been underway for about 8 years. Project was being put together in 2018. Early 2019, the master plan was amended to help facilitate it. 2020, the application was submitted, and then 2021, the sketch plan was approved. Sketch plan approvals are good for a year. There was a 1-year extension, and then 2023, the preliminary PUD application was submitted and approved. And again, they're valid for a year. In 2024, they asked for a 1-year extension, and the reason was that they were working with the town of Telluride on water and wastewater service, and then also working with CDOT. And there are a number of plans, studies, and reports, including documents and everything that have to come together. And responsiveness and availability of consultants was also a factor. And it's very close to being ready to be submitted. Right now, the deadline for submission is May 17th of this year, so just weeks away. There's a number of parts that are involved. It's not just the subdivision plat, but it's also the development agreement, the subdivision improvement agreement, declarations and covenants. There's supporting documents and studies that have to be finished up and go into the file for reference in the future as it's actually being built. I do have preliminary documents for review. But the request is to extend this application to October 31st, grant an extension to October 31st to provide a cushion. And this would help ensure that we have a complete application and also accommodate the steps that it has to go through for the final approval. And that so once the application is complete, and all applicable reviewers have had their piece and we're ready to go. It then comes to the BOCC for approval of the final PUD. And then there's the gathering of all the signatures And because there is a vested rights request in there, there's also an appeal period. So the 5-month extension is to accommodate all that and just give us enough time so we don't, inadvertently run out the clock. But Tom has been working quite diligently on that. And I'd be happy to answer questions or open it to Tom to fill you in on, his thoughts and what he's been doing.
I'm inclined to hear from Tom unless someone has a question. Okay. Hi, Tom.
Morning.
Nice to see you.
You too. So let's agree we're all friends, and we enjoy visiting, but you prefer not to be visiting with me today, and I prefer not to be visiting with you today, but here we are. So we're close to the finish line now. A lot of this overlaps. This is an unusual application in the sense that this is probably one of the few where, among other things, the property needs to have an access permit from CDOT. Most everything else, you don't. It's already there in place. When I did Mill Creek and Deep Creek, it was accessing off of a town right away, and in the instance of Mill Creek, and a county right away in the instance of Deep Creek. This is the first one I can remember in a long time where somebody's had to go to CDOT for a significant development plan and get an access permit from them. And so a lot of things were understood at the outset when we started back in 2018 when we did a master plan. And then and that amendment occurred. And then we were here in front of a prior group of Board of County Commissioners in 2019 talking about the process and whether we wanted to be a 3-step or a 5-step. Typically, the PUD is a 5-step. Our thinking was, look, the sketch plan and the preliminary plan overlap in a number of ways. Let's just make it one big review process, the preliminary, and to try to move the process along in terms of timing. But the thinking was that it would be better to have the multiple steps and more information and more process and timeframes for it. But we also understood that before we were able to submit our sketch plan, we needed to submit an application with CDOT for the access permit, which we did roughly around the same time. And then we also understood that we couldn't get the preliminary plan approved until we were able to get an access permit through the process with CDOT. And so we submitted our access permit with CDOT in November 2020, and 28 months later, in February 2023, they issued the access permit. Took a while. And then the next step in the CDOT process is that you have to come forward with the fully engineered construction plans for the intersection improvements, which this project has. We have new intersection improvements coming into the project and lane improvements serving the project as well. And we submitted those materials with CDOT in February of last year, shortly after we were here in front of the prior board working through an extension. At the same time, we were still working with the town of Telluride on the town water and sewer. And you may recall at the time, they were trying to find a new site for the sewer plant. And they were investigating, basically looking at roughly a third of our project for that sewer site, which kind of put things on hold because we didn't know if we had a project and what the project was going to look like. We finished up that process with the town roughly in April of last year, where we just agreed that we would continue with the proposal and land for the sewer plant expansion as had originally been approved. And as you guys know, we've located a different site for the sewer plant, down valley. But those issues all take time, and they're things that are outside of our control. But we did get the access permit implementation drawings into CDOT last February, and I think we're probably close to having the final comments. I got some yesterday. And our thing is we want to make sure that as we're recording the final plat, the development agreement, the subdivision improvement agreements, we have all of these other third-party issues in place and resolved. Part of the plan includes putting a trail in the CDOT right away, and we need them to give us our full and final sign off on that. And so these are the things that we've been trying to process and wait for to make sure that there's not going to be any surprises as we're going through the process. And now we're coming to the finish line, which I hope. It seems like the comments are more in the lines of change the seed mix and things like
Okay.
that. And so that's comforting. That's why we've been working on all the documents. That's why I've been starting to submit them to your staff to review. And I did give Kay a number of those final documents. I still need to finalize my engineering plans. And I've hired 5 different engineering firms, and we've spent a lot of money to try to keep the process going, to get everything together that we need to get to this point. It's been a very long and very expensive process for us. And we're nearing the finish line. And the extension request that I'm asking is, I don't want to have wasted 8 years only to have it expire. And then where are we? And so the extension request, it's actually stated in a way that it's through the end of October or 45 days from when we get your approval on the plat. So if that happens sooner, then that's would be the more trigger. And I'm hopeful that that's really the event. And that 45 days, there's appeal opportunities that you have to account for anytime you take an action. So we'd want to make sure that if you took an action and somebody had an issue with it and challenged it, we're waiting for appeal, 30-day appeal periods to transpire. And I still need to go get a bunch of signatures on other documents. The town water and sewer agreement is done. It's ready to go. I'll need to get that signed. There's easement agreements with the town that were part of the water and sewer agreement. I get that signed. We've granted Sampa and Tri-State access easements over their property, which they don't have now. I'll get those signed. We have all the documents there that are ready to go, but they're all waiting on being able to get to that final magical moment when we can get the final plat recorded along with the other final docs. We're close to it now. And I'm hopeful that I'm not going to get any more curveballs from anyone. And so that's what the request is for. I think we're close enough to the finish line where if the issues that I'm hearing from folks like CDOT are seed mix and things like that, that I think we ought to be able to get to the finish line here. So those are my thoughts.
I have a number of questions. Should I go or do others want to start? Okay. Of the 5 months that's being requested, how much of that is for county process? So if you backed up from the end of 5 months, how long do we need to get through all of the hearings and appeals and all of that?
So a big part of that's going to be internal review by staff. Because there are a number of documents that need to be reviewed. There may be some back and forth if we need any sort of corrections, clarifications, additions, deletions, whatever. The noticing, can't remember if there's a 20-day notice period prior to the BOCC hearing and then, or BOCC meeting, it's not even a hearing. Where it's, approval of the final plat. The PUD is already in place. You're approving and authorizing signature on the final documents. So the lots aren't going to be moving, the layout's not going to be moving, the uses aren't going to be changing. That's all in place. It's just a matter of getting to the final documents, getting authorization for your signatures. And then there is an appeal period for some of it. I believe, people have within 14 days to file an appeal.
It's the vested rights.
Yeah, it's on the vested rights part. And then if there is an appeal, we have to hold a hearing within 60 days. So, even 5 months, if, there is an appeal, it still pushes it pretty tight.
But the appeal, would that hold up our approval or that would come after our
It comes
approval?
after.
Okay, so we don't have to really do account for
I'm
that.
not overly concerned about that because.
Yeah, that's
once you
after
have
the
a-
deadline.
Yeah, once you have a complete application and the board authorization, should there be an appeal and anything else after that, it keeps the clock ticking.
Sure. That doesn't hold, that's not a problem for the deadline. And then how much time do you think you need, Kay, for the internal review and that back and forth? What would be comfortable for you?
I really don't know right now, but I think the 5 months that's requested is adequate. I don't have a problem with that.
I'm actually not worried
Yeah.
about it being adequate. I'm worried about it being a little too long. And I will tell you, I'm just so concerned for the medical center, which I understand is the reason you started this project, which I'm so grateful for. But they are really on hold right now in terms of planning, and in fact are looking for other sites. And that it is just such a inefficient use of their time for this critical piece of infrastructure. And so my inclination is to get this done ASAP without rushing any processes and without risking any, expiration dates, anything like that. But I really am anxious for the medical center's point of view to get this done.
I think that the 5-month extension is reasonable. Hopefully we'll come in, sooner than that. This does before too long, they'll be able to see the final documents, be able to see that the end is indeed in sight. I would prefer that, 5 months is what was requested by the applicant. And like I said, I think that's reasonable. Trying to push it shorter, I don't think it gains us anything.
Well, not us. I don't think we have any inherent,
I'm using the umbrella us.
okay. I mean, it's again, the medical center that I'm
Yeah.
most concerned about.
And, by giving us adequate time actually protects the medical center. Because otherwise we're running the risk of, going, past deadlines that, we can't, recover from.
That's more the way I'm viewing this, is it's actually creating a bit of a buffer to ensure that this process goes through properly. And the caveat that it's extended for up to 5 months or 45 days from final BOCC action, I think gives some flexibility there if this can be approved well within the 5-month period.
Well, I mean, I remember a year ago when we thought a year was a buffer and that was going to be very comfortable. And now we're here a year later asking for almost another half a year.
So what should I have done with CDOT?
Yeah, I know.
Help me with that.
Yeah.
What would I have done differently?
I understand there's been a ton of turnover. Let me ask you this, and I'm guessing the answer
But
is
that's
no.
the problem.
Yeah, I'm guessing the answer is no, but is there possible that we could, I don't even know if I want to ask this question, but there's no way we could make that a contingency of the approval or something like that? If you feel confident that CDOT is going to, agree to your current engineering.
I'm going to be posting a bond for $10 million security for the infrastructure work.
Okay.
And part of that is CDOT. And I need to make sure that they're not going to have a curveball issue for me. Once I sign the subdivision improvement agreement and post the bond, I'm subject to those agreements. I need to make sure that there's not going to be an issue. That's the problem. I want it to have been done 5 years ago.
Yeah.
I wanted to do a 3-step process. I've always been interested in trying to get this done quicker, but the process is what it is. And I can't control the different governmental agencies that I got to deal with. I had issues with the town. We've worked through those. I've had continuing issues with CDOT. And it's mostly, as you put it, staffing and timing and COVID kind of made things a little trickier through this process. So that's why I came forward with an extension request for 5 months, thinking it'll get us through the fall, the summer, but hopefully we're done a lot sooner than that. And that's why I put the earlier trigger dates in. but I didn't make it the day after
Yeah.
you approve it because I got to deal with an appeal. And we do have a vested rights period, which I think has like a 30-day notice requirement attached to it. So there's some steps through your process that I still need to deal with. And I just want to make sure this thing doesn't go away. I have no reason to not want
No,
to
I
get it
understand
done.
that.
We're more anxious than anyone in the county to get the damn thing done. Okay. I just can't see it expire because at that point in time, you're not going to have a hospital. You're not going to have a lot of other things. So that's the issue. So I don't need to be urged. I'm urged enough on my own. I wake up every night in the middle of the night wondering, oh, geez, I got to deal with this. I got to deal with that. I don't need any help on that. I just need your help to let me get through the process.
Mike?
I was just wondering, I don't think there's any question of if this is approved, that land is going to be for the med center. But I wonder about their anxiousness and if there could be any allowance for them to start geotech work or other things while you're in this process.
I've offered it. In fact, I've reached out to them. Some of our work with our mechanical engineers, like some of the gas service, some of the electrical service. Mm-hmm. I've reached out to the med center. Hey, can you give me that info so I can give it? We've cut off doing the design stuff. We don't want to do it because of a cost thing, which I get. I fully understand as far as that's concerned. We've told them that because there is going to be a design review process that they need to go through with us, they will give them authority, as soon as we're done and the boards and those things are constituted, they can get started. They don't need to wait to get the land. It's our intention to go in, do the infrastructure work, which is going to take a couple of seasons. But while we're doing it, we need to maintain access to Sampo. We got to deal with things like that. And so we want to get in and get the intersection improvements done, then get the internal roads done, and then create the access point for Sampo and Tri-State on a permanent basis, and then have the site turned over to the med center so they can start doing their stuff. We're open to doing a lot of their site prep work. I've talked with our contractors about working with med center directly, to try to do some of the stuff while we're out there. We're thinking about all those kinds of things. And if they want to start the approval process, similar to applicants that appear in front of you who are contract purchasers, that's kind of how I would view them. Mm. We're open to their ability to do those kinds of things. They're just anxious to make sure, like all of us, that the process is done and they know, that this is going to be their site and these what the requirements are.
Exactly.
So we're fully open and willing to try to have those conversations, even though they might not have the deed to the property, to try to help their process along. We've always been open to that.
I am not surprised and I appreciate that. Lance, did you have anything you wanted to ask or anything?
No, I understand the situation and I'm sympathetic to Mr. Kennedy's predicament. CDOT is his own slow-moving beast, and the town of Telluride also requires time and finesse and discussion. Like Anne, I think we all share the same goal, and if we grant this extension, we're moving towards that goal just a little slower than we all hoped.
And I do want to say Telluride's been great. I didn't want, we did have our issues there, but I think we're in a good place. I didn't want to create.
No, it didn't suggest that to me.
Yeah.
No,
I didn't. If I did, there was a period where it was a little trickier, but I think we kind of have that resolved now.
That's great.
And I look forward to getting those docs done.
So if CDOT is the main hangup, is there anything we can do politically or functionally to help in that regard?
I think we're so close to the finish line now that I've been doing this long enough. One of the things you don't do is get sideways with a governmental body.
Yeah.
And I think I'm so far down the path that I'm worried about rocking the boat.
Okay. Well, if that changes, you let us know.
I will.
Okay. And Tom, I do not mean to add to your level of stress. I don't want you waking up in the middle of the night with thinking that the BOCC doesn't support you or this work. We absolutely do. And again, I was really just making sure that we were doing this as quickly as we can with the, med center in my ear, anxious, as you said, about
Could
investing
be.
time or money in a project that they don't have surety about, as you don't want to move forward without surety from CDOT. So it is always nice to see you here, and that is not the issue. It is again really just about the med center, and I feel very reassured just from the tone of our conversation and what you've had to say that you, which I'm not surprised by, are trying to get this done as fast as you can. So I thank you for that conversation.
Sure.
Anybody else?
I'm prepared to make a motion.
Well, this is a commissioner decision, and we do have a member of the public with his hand raised, so I am comfortable, if it's okay with the rest of you, allowing public comment. I don't see anybody in the room here, but I do see Douglas Tooley online. And Mr. Tooley, just a reminder, you have 3 minutes, and your comments need to be strictly related to the project at Society Turn. And I will remind you if I'm feeling that you are wavering off, because we have a full agenda today. Thank you. Please begin.
Well, I'll start off by noting your previous abuse of that on-topic subject, and hopefully that's on topic. You consider that on topic, or you'll allow it. I would like to raise some concerns about Mr. Kennedy's statements that these processes, these delays are not under his control. I would certainly agree that they are not totally so, but I believe there is partial responsibility. I think the most substantive question from that perspective is the status of the wastewater plant. If the wastewater plant is located down valley, either at the town of Mountain Village and Tom Kennedy's proposed site just above Deep Creek, or below the junction with Highway 62, which has still not been evaluated, which I have confirmed in spite of Mountain Village Town Manager Paul Weiser's statement to the contrary. And that question is, what is the status of that land if the wastewater plant is built down valley? It would seem that it should remain in public control, and that the most obvious property owners would be the wastewater authority for transfer and sale with county representation, which Mr. Weiser extremely egregiously opposed in his recent presentation, or whether it goes to the town of Telluride. I would suggest that the two best immediately apparent uses of that land are the construction of a rec center or additional housing. There may be others, but hope that there would be an appropriate public process to determine the best use of that land, and that does retain an appropriate public control, and not the control of the real estate industry broadly speaking, including your spouse, Toby Brown, an SMPA board member, and Lance Waring's very close friend, Lars Carlson. There are other issues that Merritt mentioned. There's the original delay on the Mountain Village site, which was, I could make the case, was unnecessary. There's also the
Thank you,
question.
Mr. Tooley. That is 3 minutes. And I do not necessarily always respond to comments, but I will make the comment that your suggestions might be better received if you did not begin each of your comments with a reprimand to the chair. Thank you very much.
Well, I'll repeat that reprimand again.
Thank you. Any other discussion or questions from the commissioners? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
I move to approve an extension for the Society Turn parcel preliminary planned unit development and subdivision to either October 31st, 2025 or 45 days from the final BOCC action on the final planned unit development and final subdivision plat, whichever is earliest pursuant to Land Use Code Section 3-1103B and adopting resolution number 2025-11.
Well, second.
Any discussion? How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye. Aye as well. The motion passes unanimously. We know you have a busy 5 months ahead, Tom.
A lot of it is.
And Kay, exactly, and John and Nicola. Thank you very much.
He did raise a good point. So on that parcel, so if the sewer plant doesn't happen, we still convey that 1.5 acres to the town and be for municipal uses, just not sewer.
Oh, thank
So-
you.
So
for-
that doesn't, so he was talking about the bigger tract.
Yeah.
But I did want to say, yeah, we convey the 1.5 acres. It was earmarked for a sewer plant, but if that doesn't happen there, then it would be for municipal purposes.
Thanks for that clarification. That was,
You'll see it. in-
Mr. Tooley did bring up some
about
good
it.
points there.
But that was a reasonable question.
Okay, thank you very much. And that's reassuring to know. And another generous move by Genesee. Thank you. Okay, we are now moving on to item 9, which is natural resources and climate resilience. Star Jameson, hi. We are here to discuss first item A, discussion to finalize a letter to Representative Jeff Hurd regarding the Productive Public Lands Act. And I bet you're going to share your screen.
Yes.
Here. Here we go. That working for you, Star?
Yes.
Thank you for your time today, Commissioners. We had a discussion about this letter in a previous BOCC meeting to move forward with writing a letter to Representative Jeff Hurd in response to the Productive Public Lands Act. The letter here that I'm sharing with you, we just go over the public process that happened through the natural resources plans, the time commitment that was spent going through these over 2 years to create these plans in a public process that had limited opposition. Identifying the unleashing of American energy, oil and gas, and expressing here our concerns with some of the issues that we've had with oil and gas industry in San Miguel County, specifically the Paradox Resource case that we are currently dealing with at this time. Do you all have any questions regarding this letter?
Sorry, Lance. Both Galena and I had made suggested edits. In fact, I kind of took what you had and consolidated it. Did you see that version of the letter? Because it looks like you're working from the one that was the original draft, which was posted with the agenda. There was a somewhat shorter and
this is the one that was in Google Docs that I had provided everybody.
Okay, and then I sent another, I like made a copy of it and worked with it and sent that. I don't think you have that. I can resend it right now, Star.
You had made comments on here, so I think this is the one here. Because I had accepted your comments.
Now I'm looking at the one I edited here, including
The one that mine has my version that I had edited of yours started with a different sentence. Um. Let's.
Yeah, we are writing. Yeah. I'm looking at a different document as well.
Here, I'm gonna share it with you, Star.
Knowing that we seem to have two working documents,
Mhm.
one of them Star hasn't received, why don't we agree to take the most recent document and give ourselves another 48 hours to polish it up and send it, and we can ratify at our next meeting.
I think that's appropriate as well. Anybody, any other comments? Mike?
What would be the date by which you would like the letter sent so that we can make sure all comments have been incorporated?
I think that's up to Star because she's the one who needs to manage that. If we gave you a couple days or the end of the week, what do you think, Star?
Can you ratify it by Wednesday's meeting, next Wednesday's meeting?
We could.
Mm-hmm.
So you would be sending it likely on Tuesday,
Um,
or when do you want
it
to?
shouldn't be, this is a pretty simple process, so
Okay.
I can have it probably by tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay.
Could you have your comments in by end of day tomorrow?
My comments are in.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Lance, yeah.
Very good.
And-
So if you have all your stuff in end of day tomorrow, Star can incorporate those and get it on Thursday. Does that work?
Yeah.
That sounds great. So today's the 22nd. We'll have a date of the 24th on it. And sorry, you need to make sure that that we didn't take anything out of your letter that you think is important is in here. I think you mentioned one thing in your comments about that I think maybe I did pull out that you might want to bring in. What was it? Anyway, you can take a look. It was really just trying to be a little more direct about our ask. And yeah, it was just an organizational edit primarily. Okay, so we'll ratify that next week. Ratify.
And could I ask either Star or you, Ann, to send me the most recent that I need to look at tomorrow?
Yeah, Star, why don't you take a look at what I just sent you and make any suggestions or changes you need to make and then send it to Lance.
Okay, so it'll be the final set of eyes and I'll look more mechanically than anything else.
And if there's anything like substantive that you change, maybe you should also circulate that back to me and Galena.
Okay.
But I think because I used your content, it should be substantively fine, but you let us know.
Okay.
Yeah, by all means, I just filled in some blanks that were there about plan names and whatnot. So
Okay.
there's nothing really substantial that my edits contained.
And thanks for that draft. That was great. Okay. All right. So anything else you need from us on 9A, Star?
Nope, that is all I have, and I will have that for everyone tomorrow.
Okay. Moving on now to 9B, consideration of a resolution supporting public lands stewardship. And I know we have Ruthie Boyd here from Sheep Mountain Alliance. We've been communicating a little bit about this resolution. Would you like to come up in case we have questions for you, and we'll let you make some comments after Star presents?
Okay, so here we have a draft letter to send to Colorado representatives, also the directors of the BLM and the Forest Service. This would be a resolution expressing concerns and support for public lands that we have here in San Miguel County. A lot of what this is explanation of how much land we have here, who our districts are, Tres Rios and Norwood, what the important resources that we have here, the multiple uses that we have in the land or in the county. Here we have that they're accessible to all. We're recognizing the stewardship of our conservation and recreation trail organizations. Something that I just last minute added in here, if you all are interested in this, just adding climate change in here. As far as the management of the public lands, just including climate change in, because that is part of what they need to be doing. The costs associated with managing the lands. Addressing the layoffs and the budget cuts that we have. And addressing the attempts to sell off the public lands. We have some statistics here on recreation, outdoor recreation economy in Colorado. And then the important things are what the county would like to strongly suggest or express interest in or show our concern with. So the stewardship of the public lands, recognize that there are multiple uses on the lands, encourage the maintenance and the funding levels, that those be maintained. Something else I had put in here, oppose any efforts to sell, transfer, or dispose of these public lands. We have without a public process, but we could make a bolder statement of just opposing it.
Say that one more time, please.
Number 4, oppose any efforts to sell, transfer, dispose of the public lands. And then we have without a public process, whether to delete that or not, because we could just make a bolder statement that we just disagree with that.
Do you want us to discuss that question right now for number 4? Whether keep the without a public process in or out?
I didn't anticipate that we would actually be like accepting this today.
Okay.
So as we go through this, these are things that you can determine today. We can go over it again. We can edit this again. These are just significant things that I added, because you'll see the 3 things I highlighted, as we'll get on to number 7 too.
I think it's helpful though for you to point out questions that you have for us.
Yep.
So I think since she just brought that up, I actually believe that without a public process is okay, because occasionally we ourselves are asking for public lands to be turned over to the county, for example, the Matterhorn mill site and things like that. I think there are instances where it makes sense, but if you guys feel differently, I'd love to hear that.
I'm with you, Ann. I think that language is valid and we should incorporate it.
I want to mention too, and I should have said this in the beginning. This letter came from, it was used as a template. There's a more general template. This was a template from La Plata County. This was the one that they used, and some of the language I took out of it, and then we changed, some of the language to better reflect our county. So we have the option to add in whatever you see fit as doing that. So.
Sorry, you're using the word letter, but I think it's a
a resolution.
And I think the La Plata County one was based on the state resolution, correct? So yeah, it's been thought through.
Yeah, I mean, I support including the public process verbiage, because I do think that's important to any process that we're looking at. And I always welcome the public voice. That's my perspective on it, and I don't see the harm in it. I think it still makes a pretty strong, bold statement there.
Okay, and did we need to, I nodded at the addition of climate change on the first page. Did anybody else want to comment on that? We got thumbs up, okay. Where else do you need direction?
So with or without a public process,
We'll keep that in.
okay. Do you want to add?
Yeah, you might want to make that say, excuse me, sell, transfer, lease, or dispose. Lease, yeah. Because it's a very big factor.
Good one, Kay.
Yeah, that's a lot of these lands.
We've got Lisa in here. Encourage congressional delegation to oppose any legislation that would negatively impact public lands, support policy that ensure their long-term preservation and sustainable use. Urges federal land management agencies to continue their collaborative efforts with local community stakeholders and government entities to ensure effective and responsible management of public lands. And then the last one I added, there were some suggestions to add in the Antiquities Act, which will be for national monuments. And so instead I put in here our NCA to encourage Congress to support for the following reasons and who the process and the collaboration of adding that.
Yeah, I think given the stance that the VOCC has taken in supporting the Dolores River NCA, I think that's appropriate. I think the mention of the Antiquities Act and monument designation is kind of a whole nother layer that I don't think we need to include in this letter or this resolution. I support that inclusion.
I support number 7 as well.
Okay.
Agreed.
Okay. All right. So we are at the end of the resolution here, and we can determine a review and then a date.
I just had a couple things. Ruthie had shared another template that I hadn't seen before just last night. And there were a couple pieces in here that I did like, or there was one about the Antiquities Act. Why don't I just read that to you all and see if you feel like it belongs, given the language. It says, whereas since the Antiquities Act was passed, 18 presidents, 9 Democratic and 9 Republican, have designated or expanded over 160 national monuments across the country. And according to a 2023 Conservation in the West poll, 84% of Westerners, including 71% of Republicans, are more likely to support presidents who use their power to protect existing lands. So that's one additional suggestion that came with the template Ruthie provided, as well as, and this one I really like, whereas the 2024 Conservation in the West poll found that 85% of Westerners support creating new national parks, national monuments, national wildlife refuges, and tribal and protected areas to protect historic sites or areas for outdoor education. I think to emphasize the strength of the whole, the depth of support in the whole West for public lands. I like that particular one.
Yeah, I support the inclusion of that second statement.
Okay.
The previous one, I don't
Think is relevant.
No, I don't.
That's fair. That's fair. Lance, how do you feel about those?
I'll go with that.
Okay. And then my other question was, I felt like there were 2 places where they quoted or we quoted statistics, which sounded like the same and contradictory, like we were quoting the same statistic, but using different data. And I wonder if you could, Ruthie or Star, help us understand that. So that's at the top of page 2, where we say, whereas, and we talk about how outdoor rec generated 65.8 billion in economic output in 2023. But then the next whereas says that outdoor rec contributed over 17 billion to the state's economy. So, and then we talk about 404,000 jobs versus 132,000 jobs. So I don't know why those are both in there and why they're not the same.
Really good question.
Yeah, we had some commentary about that.
We can take out the second one.
Is that
or the
one that's
first.
approved, or is that just the one that's the second?
Or the one
Which
that's-
set of numbers are we relying on, and where do we get those numbers? It's
Yeah.
what I'm starting to wonder.
Maybe that's something you could check for us, Star and Ruthie together, like which are the accurate numbers, and then we'll use those.
That's interesting that local audit used both of those statements.
Yeah. I think also I like the first one if it's true because it talks about billions of tax revenue, 11.2, which the second one does not mention. I think that's another important economic point. So if we could choose one of those.
Catch, Ann. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay.
You know, this might not be a popular idea, but I think it potentially could be worthwhile to bring in this statistic about how some of the other industries contribute to the economic outputs. Timber, oil and gas, minerals. I mean, it is part of our public lands and what
Yes.
are being generated. And I think to be fair, including that would make a stronger case.
I think that's a really good point.
I was thinking about possibly figuring out the amount or the leases we have for ranching, the BLM,
Yeah.
or some of the agriculture leases that we have and adding those in.
I think to keep it at a state level is a good idea. So it would be consistent with the other data if possible. And if it's a heavy lift to calculate or generate or find those numbers, Star, you could also just mention that in addition, revenues are generated by these public land uses.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're really just opposing, the selling of public lands and, making a point as to how they really do benefit the state economy and the county as well.
Okay. Any other questions? We'll continue to edit this, and as far as the date.
Can we get this out by or on next Wednesday's agenda, do you think?
Yes.
Commissioner, you see I have enough.
Thank you. I was too busy focused on the document. Before we get to Sarah, which I definitely would like to hear from, Ruthie, did you have anything to add?
Yeah.
Appreciate you being here and
Yeah,
the
of
comments
course.
you've already provided.
I really appreciate all of you considering this, and I think that it really does send a strong message to Representative Hurd and some of our other leaders in the state about how important public lands are, and it feels like a very real threat right now. So I think that taking a strong position really does make a difference. So thank you for considering it, and I'm happy to help however I can with some of those updates and edits. So
Thank you, Ruthie. And hang on one second, Sarah. I just found one other piece of Ruthie's template that I liked that I wondered we want to include if you haven't already, Star. And I'll read this to other commissioners. Whereas the 2023 SCORP data, and I don't know what that stands for, but indicates that 96% of Coloradans engage in outdoor recreation, with 72 participating at least once a week, and that outdoor recreation spend over $52 billion on trips and equipment, underscoring the widespread and active use of public lands for recreational purposes. It's another way of speaking to the widespread use of public lands as well as the revenue generated. But that we may feel that's covered by the paragraph regarding economic output and all that, jobs and tax.
I think it depends on where those economic output numbers came from and if they include recreation economy within them. If not, then it does make sense to include that. And if so, then I think we should just let the general overall statement stand.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Star, why don't you take a peek at that and decide whether you want that in as well?
Okay.
Does that sound good, Galena?
Yes.
Okay, good. So let's, maybe Star, you could do a final revision, send it around to the commissioners for a final look, and we could approve this ideally next Wednesday, the 30th? That sound reasonable?
Sure.
Great. Great. Sarah Lavender, hello.
Hi there, can
Thank
you
you for
hear
your
me?
patience.
Oh, I will be brief. I mostly want to echo Ruthie and say thank you, both for this resolution and for writing to HERD. And I urge you to pass these and get them out as soon as possible. It already feels like a little bit too little too late, given the rapid pace of changes and rollbacks to public lands protection. But this is so important. And I saw La Plata take its action, and I'm glad you're following step. And I hope you start a trend with the other county board of commissioners. The only mild suggestion I would make has to do with that bullet point number 2, where the language just kind of softly says something like encourages a balanced approach. And I thought it might be an opportunity to put it into the context of, right now what's happening is the current administration is rescinding what's called the public lands rule. And I don't know if you know about this, but the public lands rule was something that the Biden administration passed that basically put conservation and restoration of public lands on the same level or equal priority as other multi-uses, especially extraction or other development. And so they're chopping the public lands rule. And so this is just one place where you could potentially publicly support it. But otherwise, I think it's great, and thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Star, do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, we could actually add that in there. We made comments on the public lands rule.
Yeah.
It was accepted in April of 2024. There was essentially no progress really made with that rule at that time. I do agree that that's probably important that we maybe add some kind of statement in there instead of writing another letter, that we could actually address that.
Thank you, Star.
Mhm.
I see the hand of another member of the public, former County Commissioner Joan May. I'm going to time you, I forgot with Sarah, but we have 3 minutes allowed for each person's public comment, and we ask that you restrict your comments to this agenda item. Thank you.
Comments will be very brief. I just want to say thank you. Your constituents really, at least the ones I know, really appreciate San Miguel County remaining a strong voice in public lands protection. The administration needs to hear from counties, and I appreciate you prioritizing this. It's really important.
Thank you, Joan. All right, any further comments in the room? Star, you have what you need.
I do, thank you.
Doug Tooley. Okay, you have 3 minutes as well. We look forward to your remarks.
Sorry.
Can you unmute yourself, Doug?
Oh, I think we did that switch on, switch off thing. I could go on with this subject for quite some time, as I have previously, but just very quickly, I think it is essential to have much greater substantive Indigenous involvement in these public land processes. We've done the apology and we do lots of surface stuff, but when the rubber hits the road, there's been nothing. Most notably in the most recent Dolores National Monument proposal, as I recall, the Mountain Utes are supporting the competing NRA proposal, and no Indigenous tribes have supported the Dolores National Monument. So I'll just note that that past failure and hope it's resolved in the future if the Democratic Party is capable of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do note that we don't mention the tribes in here. And Ruthie, did your template include a mention of the importance of the land to the tribes or something like that?
No.
I don't
'Cause I
think
had thought
so.
about
That would be really great to add in.
I think so too. Another whereas This is going to be pages and pages, but we're going to make all our points. I can't think off the top of my head exactly what that language might be, but does anybody have a thought to share with Star to get her going?
So why don't you take a crack at it and we'll help you out
Sounds good.
instead of smithing
Mhm.
on the fly.
Okay.
I do appreciate in the Dolores River National Conservation Area point, that it is protecting cultural values and supported by the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. So that's called out in that point, which is important. Thanks for including that as well.
Great. Okay. I think we are ready to move on. It is almost 11.
Can I
Oh,
add?
Star.
Just at the top it updates or anything. Let's see. So there was a Federal Register release from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Department of the Interior. This is rescinding the definition of harm under the Endangered Species Act. And I would like to write a comment letter in regard to this. It is due on May 19th. And therefore, I just wanted to let you all know that I would like to write a comment letter in regard to this.
I support that. I've been following it closely, and I think it would be important to take a stance on this.
Great.
Letters keep coming, Star.
Agreed. I like that idea as well. I think I sent you the article from the Planet, which drew my attention to it. It's really helpful. All right.
We've also, I also received an email yesterday from the Forest Service encouraging a lot of us to look through this and, make comments within 30 days.
Great. So shall we put that on the agenda also for next week?
No.
Okay. Too much.
That letter will not be
You let
ready
us know
next week.
when
Okay.
you're ready.
All right.
Okay.
That is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Star.
Mhm.
Thank you.
So it is about 11:20. We are running a bit behind here. Would anyone like to take a quick break before we come back and have a quick conversation about the Tabor House Joint Resolution and then move on to a conversation with Shirley? Quick break, or are we good?
I'm actually doing well. How is everyone else?
I'd ask for a 3-minute break.
3-minute break. We will be back at 11:25. Thank you for your patience.
Our code of ethics says
Madam Chair, would it make any sense to consider reversing the order of our agenda and have guests Shirley Diaz and
Yes,
staff member Drea speak first and then go to the table?
excellent idea. Yes.
We could even do the other one over lunch if we want.
Sure. Yeah, it's just getting your input on that. Shirley, we don't want to hold you up any longer. Commissioner Waring suggested that we move item 10A to a little bit later in our agenda. Are you ready for us? I apologize that we are 25 minutes late, but we're happy to have you here.
In Mountain Village, one time I was second on the agenda and they were an hour and a half behind.
Oh my goodness.
Believe me, I came up knowing, it may take a little time.
All right, so we are now on item 10B, update with the Colorado Department of Local Affairs Housing Development Specialist for the Southwest Region, Shirley Diaz. Welcome.
Thank you. So I hadn't been here in a little bit and new commissioner, hi Galena. And I think I met you when you first started and then I knew Lance from when I was up here before. So, so I just thought, I have a meeting coming up in May 21st with, electeds and, some others in the housing industry. But you guys aren't able to attend because there's a retreat going on. So I thought I would come up and just, kind of talk with you guys a little bit, see what questions you guys might have for me on what's going on and or what we do, how I work with people. And so that's kind of it. Very simple. I just thought it'd be a little bit of a conversation. So on my end, so Voodoo and Village Court Apartments, their latest phase, were both funded with transformational housing grant funding. Each received the town 2 million and then a little over 2 million was used up in Village Court Apartments. And that was a one-time legislative funding source. And that was all expended around the state with, I think, if I remember correctly, that half of it had to go rural, which again, for us, that's 54 counties. I like to think that more could come here, but it had to go everywhere. So that's a recent project up here. And then, as you know, we tried to fund the purchase of that property between the county and the town of Telluride a few years ago. And that ended up where you needed to return it because you couldn't expend it with a lawsuit that was going on. So that was also, a venture up here. Then we put money into Norwood, into the Pinion Park project that Rural Homes completed. And I believe there's still a couple of homes that they're working on selling, but most of them sold right away. There were just a few that weren't able to be sold, and they're still working on that. And then I have actually an 8-county region. So besides San Miguel, I have Ouray, and we've funded a couple projects there, including Art Space / Space to Create. That's a rental project. Wetterhorn is another rural homes. The Home Trust, we funded a couple of their land purchases and other funding. They just completed a duplex. And I had a completion party for that last week. And then they have a few items that they're working on in their queue as well. So that's also close projects. And then I have Dolores County, San Juan County. We just funded a project in Silverton in San Juan County that is also going to be an ownership project using Prop 123 funding. And then we have projects in Durango. So La Plata County, we have a couple there, Bayfield and Durango. We have funded projects there. Montezuma County, we're closing on a rehab project that the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe is kind of continuing. We funded them during the pandemic. They expended that money and they came back in for Prop 123 money. So this is all tribal owned homes that they'll be rehabbing, and they kind of look out further than like who's in the home right now. They look at multi-generational, so they do some modifications sometimes for like a potential future need, like a ramp for an ADA accommodation, things like that. But they're getting started on that again. And then So Montezuma, La Plata, Archuleta County as my 8th county, and we've funded a couple of projects there as well, a rental project, and then also a homeownership project that we've now funded twice. And I think they're going to come back. They've been phasing it, and I think they're going to come back in for some other phases. So I am working with developers to get lots of money into our region, which is really nice. And in conversation up here as well about potential for Prop 123 money. We have a pre-development grant that it's only 25,000, but it's for small organizations that have a project where they already control the property, but they want some grant money for pre-development. And so I have a couple of applications in for that, and I had one in the first round as well. And we don't know yet if it's going to continue. If it does continue, is it going to change at all? We're not sure. So we'll see kind of what happens with that. Our Prop 123 money is, of course, ongoing, and that is at 100% AMI for home ownership projects through our office. Through OEDIT and CHAFA, rental projects are funded with Prop 123 money, with the exception of land banking. That's also through CHAFA, but land banking can actually be for a rental or a homeownership project through them. But the others it's rental money. And then we still have our housing development grant funding. That is from vendor fees statewide. And so we have cycles for that. And our new cycle of our different funding sources is going to be published on or before May 1st. By statute, it has to be published at least May 1st. And then we may or may not have federal funding for our fiscal year 25-26. So we're still a little bit in a to be determined role as to whether we might have home or HT housing trust fund money or CDBG. We really are, that's a little bit unknown. So we'll see what happens with that. So that's kind of a quick overview of our different sources. And my role is really to work with developers from concept all the way through to hopefully funding a project that they're interested in. And, you know, sometimes we reach a point where they might realize that our funding isn't going to work for them. One big project that is new is we have mobile home park funding. So around the state, we are funding the residents purchasing mobile home parks, or ROCs, resident-owned communities, or a nonprofit, or a housing authority, or a local government. All of those different entities can come in for funding to help support the purchase of a mobile home park to keep it from, you know, becoming unaffordable product as opposed to a naturally occurring affordable housing. So, and we have Swiss Village came in for an application, and they're in process right now in Uray. There's 21 homes there. So that's also another component that we're really working with around the state with mobile home parks to try to help. Some of it's just what they're asking, what the seller's asking is just, it's not doable. I mean, we're only a gap funder still. That is what we do. But just what they're asking, some of them, it's impossible for the residents to try to come up with the money to purchase. So I really would like to say that locally, our sellers of Swiss Village, they really do want to keep the park affordable. And so that's super commendable because we're not seeing that every place at all. So that's really nice about our region is we really do have all different populations that care about affordable housing and keeping locals local. So that's really nice. So yeah, that's what I do. You know, I work on applications and work with developers and try to get more housing and more money into our region, you know, with different funding sources, any way that we can make that happen. Questions from you guys?
Lance.
Sure, thank you for coming. I am curious if you know much about the Uray project. You mentioned the art space, and there was another also artistic word when you were listing projects in Uray. I don't know much about this, but I've been curious for a long time. how those projects define artists?
The space to create.
Yeah, the space to create. You know, from what I recall, I was involved when they were first trying to even get the LIHTC, the low income housing tax credit money. And they kept it very broad. They do like to have a focus on, you know, artists. But with public money in there, that is not their full population of, is just artists. It's really more about the low income.
Okay.
And then they have the space on the first floor that's really open to art displays, which is always there. And they do have artists occupy the units. I don't know how many, and I believe it's just very loose in the sense that they did not look to define specific kind of artist, particularly with public money going in. So if someone says you know, I knit and I sell it and I donate some of it, that could potentially be an artist. And for us, like when we're looking to fund a project, we would only look at a definition that did not follow fair housing. So if they were to somehow include a definition that restricted someone from obtaining a unit over a special population, such as an artist, then those conversations would have happened way, you know, early on, because the covenant and our deed and any deed restriction that they may have put on top of that, or any covenant or any kind of other controls that they may have put on top, they would have needed to follow fair housing. So
what I hear you saying is that artists, while invited and included, are not given special priority.
not to my knowledge. Yeah, not to my knowledge.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I'm curious if there's any specific funding available for aging populations and those kinds of developments. It's just come up in conversation and some kind of housing needs conversations I've had recently.
Right. So our funding doesn't like typically go by some sort of specific population. So we have funded Village on the San Juan, that is a multi-generational project in Montrose that houses youth transitioning out of that have transitioned out of foster care. You turn 18, you're out. And elderly. I think it's 60 and older. I believe it's 60, not a younger age than that. But that is also specific for that are on the verge of homelessness or are homeless for the over 60 population. So it's a very unique, the first in the state, and as far as we've been able to determine, potentially the first in the country. And so we funded that. So there's not, and we just funded we funded the rehab of Pavilion Gardens in Montrose. That is now going to be Rendezvous Apartments. It's going to be 55 and older. We funded a project called Miramonte in La Plata County, just outside of Durango. It's in the Three Springs, which I think they annexed in. And that's also a 55 and older community. So it's possible for it to come in. That's not necessarily prohibited for that to occur, because you're creating a very specific community type. And typically there is also some other work and potentially funding for services or other money coming in from the Office of Homelessness Initiative. Sometimes it just depends on what the actual structure of the project is and stuff. Yeah.
So it sounds like it's an option, but no special funding.
Right, exactly. No, it's, and very much with most things right now with our process, it's a competitive process. And, you know, that actually was implemented this fiscal year, the competitive process, where there's a scoring criteria that again was like included in state statute. So prior to that, we tried to fund what we could, move projects along to another round when they needed to and stuff. But there wasn't a competitive process per se we, we're just really trying to get all of our funding expended. And now it is quite competitive. So.
Anything else, Galina? So you mentioned federal funding and the uncertainty there. Is it possible to estimate kind of all of the government, like state and federal dollars that are allocated for housing? What proportion of those are controlled by the state versus what are at risk because they're federal dollars? Do you have a sense of that?
No, that's really done at a much higher level, where that happens. All I can tell you is that, with this, our next fiscal year, what we know will be published with our calendar because it includes like our letter of intent date, which is like the pre-application. It includes the funding source, how much funding we believe will be available. So, that tends to show maybe a little bit on the lower end so that if there's more available, we, instead of saying, oh, we only had 6 million and not 9. So we would publish 6 versus 9. And then if we have 9, yay, we have 9 and we award more money. So I don't know. All I am aware of right now is that we're not sure what our funding level is going to be. There may be some, because our fiscal year runs not in line with the federal year either. We may have some federal money left over that carries like over into the end of September because our fiscal year starts in July. So I would know when our new money gets published, if there's any carryover of federal funds, at least to begin. And then I think it's, everybody still seems to be a wait and see on whether there's any new federal funding from October, for their fiscal 25-26 year.
When their year begins is October?
Yes, they're October. Yes. Okay. So we go through with federal funding, it goes through September 30th.
Okay.
So we may see some in like when it gets published in our first quarter, July, August, September, we may see that there's federal money for applications then.
And then my other question is, have you felt, or what's your understanding of the upcoming state budget and how that will impact housing funding? Because there was a $1.2 billion deficit that had to be negotiated away. Do you know how much of that hit state housing funding?
So to what we've been told is that right now that the program funding is primarily intact.
Okay.
If there's some changes, it may be maybe more some administrative dollars but what really might hit it is more what comes in because for us, a lot of our funding is by statute, which means it's coming in through like vendor fees, it's coming in through some sort of tax money collected, and then it's given to us. So even like Prop 123 and how that, so if there's a decrease in what is collected, then we would see a decrease in funding. And I think at the moment, again, it's the projections of what we see when the calendar comes out might be slightly lower, but they're projections because we don't know until it actually starts coming in what we have and if we can fund more than what we thought we could.
That makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good to know that there weren't any sort of big structural changes at the state level.
Not so far. I mean, I think again, like everybody's watching, everything is still in flux. And, but in terms of just what was being passed and looked at legislatively and through the Joint Budget Committee, that housing programs are held intact because of the funding sources, except for federal money. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Well, Drea, this is your new best friend, right? Because we will be having some projects coming down the pike in the next few years, and I know we'll be wanting to work with you on those.
Look forward to it. It's good. I really love that I live in the region that I get to serve, and so I do a lot of in-person meetings, and And I'll just look forward to keeping that up. So, and helping where I can. Thanks for having me today. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming, and you are always welcome whenever you have something to share.
And did anyone, I mean, Mike and Jared and Andrea have my contacts, but did you guys want? Okay.
Yeah, I think I already have it, Shirley. Thank
right.
you. I know how to reach you. Okay. Drea, you are up, I think, right? You're on the agenda, 11A, affordable housing updates.
And I think one item, Drea will be here and listen in, but I think Mike and I are carrying the bulk of this effort. So
Okay. Well, if you'd like to come up in case you'd like to comment on this subject, you're welcome to. Come up to the microphone. Yep. Hi.
Hello, commissioners. We received comments from San Bernardo on the proposed memorandum of understanding for the potential of sharing water sources for the Pathfinder project. We've reviewed those with our water attorney engineer and Maura, Jared and I, and provided comments back to them. They have acknowledged receipt of them, and we have not received a response yet. It's been a couple weeks now, so I'll probably be reaching out to them again later today to see when we might hear about that. But I wanted to let you know that we're continuing to try and get to the point where we can have a signed MOU so that we can authorize the monitoring well installation up at San Bernardo. That will both benefit the future of the Pathfinder project, but also significantly benefit their existing water system. So I'm optimistic that we'll be able to reach consensus, and then we'll be bringing that to you for execution in the near future at an upcoming meeting. I know that Jared has some things on the Sheriff's Office Ilium project, so I'll turn it over to him.
just as we have been speaking this morning, I've been negotiating timing next week to discuss access to our property and actually grading in an access point to the property in Ilium, potentially starting next week. And also scheduling geotechnical work for probably the third week of May, because there's some additional grading that's going to happen on site. I really appreciate Drea doing some homework while I was playing in other areas. She has responded to a few of the items that we're going to need to navigate with the Ilium POA board, and particularly their design review board. So we're plugging her in and getting her running on a number of those aspects. Introduced her electronically to Jim Kehoe, so getting those balls rolling. But that Ilium project, we still, it'd be really nice to get some rough grading done and really kick that off in a more meaningful way. Geotech, we know generally what soils we have there. One big question we're going to have there is rockfall fencing, because we're pretty sure we're going to need that on that site for protection of whatever we put there. So just a couple of things that we'll be considering. I think otherwise, the stated item we had on here is just a request for some direction from commissioners on housing mitigation fee.
Oh, before we jump onto that, it seems like an eternity ago, and we may have already reported this, but Jared and I went to the Ilium Property Owners Association HOA meeting, and they did vote unanimously as a board to support the project. So there was a lot of questions, and I think after they understood the intent of this and that it is not going to be permanent housing for individuals, they were supportive of the idea, and so we're excited about that part.
Thank you so much for following up on that, because I think we understood from our last meeting, there was a lot of confusion.
Yes.
And we just needed to share what was really going on. So I'm really pleased to hear not only did you go, but there was a vote to support. That's great.
Yes.
And I think since we've all been on vacation, right? I guess we did that meeting the first week of April. So we have not had a board meeting since then. I think we may have had individual discussions. But a couple of really good things that came out of that conversation is that, you know, there are some questions we're gonna have to answer about enforcement of that particular issue. How we don't have permanent housing in those places, and how we would enforce no permanent housing in those places. And so they asked some really tough questions that we're going to have to answer as we go through the process. And they also asked some really good questions about if this would apply to other areas of Ilium, which we were very clear with them. If there are other similarly situated parcels that would have similar, an application that would proceed similarly, I think it would be considered. And so
To have on-call housing in other
right,
lots.
they particularly mentioned they've got a lot of lay down yards and other things like that. And those employees are traveling in most every day. They're like, would this be possible? And we said, well, in theory, but it's up to you to develop that plan and make sure it fits all of the molds that we are working within ourselves. So, and that was part of the clarification. They seem to get our idea. They are still working on other efforts with the town of Mountain Village and otherwise. And so, but they were very supportive, and that was very reassuring when we went to that meeting. So
And now you can go into housing.
now we can go into housing mitigation, much more fun effort. It has been a while, and John may know how long it has been, but
I know. So in 2022, the county updated their housing mitigation fee. It had not been updated since 2017 previously. Because it had been a 5-year period, the average building square footage cost had risen dramatically, and that was one of the largest drivers of the increase in the fee. And we had, when the commissioners authorized the implementation of that new fee in 2022, there was a lot of concerns shared from the public and from the construction industries with the commissioners at that time about how it was going to negatively impact their projects or their clients' financial plans that they have made for their construction. At that point, the board chose to revisit that. They looked at the allowable maximum square footage of a home before a mitigation fee would kick in, up to 2,000 square feet. They also implemented a 6-month grace period whereupon people would have to pay, wouldn't have to pay the full fee until after that 6-month grace period to allow those projects that were just about to go into the queue or already just submitting their building permits to move forward and not have be negatively impacted. At that time in 2022, however, the board had said, we had discussed with them the need to continue to update this fee so that we didn't find ourselves in a similar situation. So that would have been in 2024 that we would have implemented the next update to the fee. And it is an administrative update, so it's not something that has to come back before the Board of Commissioners, because the resolution that you passed in 2022 clarifies we're not, unless we change the methodology or unless we change the metrics upon which that fee is based, we can continue on it with an administrative update. We had
That would be biannually.
correct, and we had litigation about the fee that took almost a year, starting in 2024, and so we chose to pause until we knew whether or not the court would affirm our methodology. That case has recently been concluded and affirmed the methodology that the county had proposed. So because of that, and because we're about to get into another building season, and we also know that square footage costs continue to increase despite national softening in real estate, new real estate construction, we're not seeing that same softening happening as far as pricing goes in Telluride and San Miguel County. So we wanted to come back to you now so that we could get back onto that biannual schedule and ask your support for updating the fee currently to this current numbers. And I know Kay has comments and Maura has comments. But essentially, we don't want to find ourselves in the same situation that we found ourselves in 2022 with that shock.
I just wanted to clarify something for the record, just having
Yes.
been on the planning commission, seeing this come forward.
Yes.
Those employee impact mitigation fees actually hadn't been updated since 2007. You said it's 2017, so it was like
Okay.
this huge.
My
gap.
apologies. Yeah, I know there was a 7 there.
Huge gap in time and,
Yeah.
and shift in market costs and materials and everything. So, yeah.
Yes.
And
Okay.
another point of correction, our land development fees are updated biannually, but the resolution for this actually says annual update.
Mm.
So we're now coming up on our 3rd year.
And we also,
Can you just repeat that? I'm sorry. So you're saying the housing mitigation fee should, the square footage cost should be annual.
Yes,
And what was the biannual one?
that's our land development fees, so our
Okay.
application fees.
Okay, okay. Yeah, so we're now 3 years behind, or no, 2 years behind.
Couple
Yeah,
years.
okay.
Our
Thank you.
first update would have been in 2023, now in
Okay.
2025.
But because of the litigation, we paused. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Kay and or John, did you have anything to add to Mike's comments?
I wish he could comment for me all the time. He succinctly did that.
Can you give us a sense of what the current, like the 2002 square footage price is and what the 2025?
yeah, the
Sorry,
2022.
2022 versus 2025. What's the jump?
The one portion of the fee calculation is the dollar per square foot per the affordable housing requirement. That in 2022 was $527 a square foot. 2025 it'd be $928 a square foot. So for instance, just on the biggest size houses that you could look at, a 10,000 square foot house. Previously, it would have been about $550 or $560,000. Now it'd be about $885,000.
And there's some other metrics that come into there, so, you know, you start with your square footage. And then you calculate, how many employees are generated. And then, it's, 400 square feet per employee. And then there's also the percentage of the mitigation rate. So if you've got a project that's generating 2 employees, that means 800 square feet. If it's in the, you know, the mitigation rate, say there was like 70%, it would be 800 times 0.7 times 527, and it would go up to 800 times 0.7 times 928, and don't quote me on that 0.7. I'm just an example.
Does the mitigation rate vary by project?
Yes.
Oh,
It
Well-
depends on how many square feet a project
Yeah.
is. And there's a calculation of your employee generation based on that square footage.
For example, a very small project that's, you know, in, you know, say 2,500 square feet would probably generate, you know, 1 employee or less. Whereas a house that's coming in 11,999 square feet, you know, the max without a special use permit is generating about 4.25 employees. And then you also have your difference in your mitigation rate. So it starts at 30% at 2,001 square feet. And then at 5,000 square feet, thank you, I outsourced my memory to John. At 5,000 square feet, it hits the 90%. So from there on up, everything over 5,000 square feet has to provide for 90% of their employee mitigation.
So you need direction on whether to go ahead and follow our ordinance, right?
That, I think we're asking more to be able to come back to you at a different time to give you additional information.
And that is one of the items since at least two commissioners weren't necessarily sitting in these seats when all of this was developed. And Lance has slept since then. We wanted to at least preface the conversation, see if there were any initial questions you have that we can bring back. I know a number of these factors John is already working on, just kind of look at, say, we implemented these rates, what does it look like? Or, how has development happened? How has this, and we kind of sit and discuss pretty regularly, what we think is happening in this market during our development meetings and otherwise. But we wanted to see what questions that way we could prepare to answer those. But and then also, if there's any notion from this board that we should not be doing this, that you want to take any other direction, we as staff think, look, we've been waiting. We now have a little bit of resolution legally. It may not be complete. But we want to get some direction if the board is still supportive of proceeding kind of as planned, even though our plan has gone a little wayward.
I just want to note that litigation, there was an appeal filed today. So we will still be litigating the question of whether the methodology is consistent with state law. We do have a district court ruling saying it is, but I just want to flag that's still under review in the courts.
I'm curious, because as I understood it, when this was originally presented to me, that there's other counties who have very similar mitigation fees, and how have they navigated these kind of potential legal challenges?
Well, the most immediate is the town of Telluride. And John, what fee are they using, square footage fee are they using right now? Do you know?
It's either I believe it's 630.
Well, Town of Mountain Village is very similar, but they have a slightly different employee generation methodology. And then Town of Telluride uses it. And I believe Gunnison County is still using it. And Pitkin County has a similar methodology.
And Pickens was just upheld in court.
Yeah, and
say that again, Mike.
Pickens' methodology, similar to ours, was just upheld in court.
Yeah. And Pitkin's price per square foot, of course, is much higher because it is based on the local market. Whereas Town of Telluride and San Miguel County use nearly identical methodology for our per square footage and for our employee generation. So.
And Commissioner Gleason, those are the kind of questions I want to make sure that I think we can give you the offhand anecdotal items that we know, but we can definitely develop a little bit more comprehensive kind of answers to this and bring this back. We can clarify, I think the legal structure has been upheld, but is being challenged further, right? So does that mean we should not kind of change the usable parts, while we move? And that's been one of the challenges, is we don't want to incur additional rate shock for builders who are trying to do this work, but we are also not updating our fee as things progress. So, we're kind of walking through the recipe for rate shock.
Yeah, my concern is to get in that same place the county was at in 2022 when there hadn't been an update in however many years. And 15 years. Yeah, 15 years. So, keeping up with the trends does make sense incrementally to reduce the kind of eye-popping rate shock.
And I don't think necessarily that we can't do the update to the rate, because that's not, as far as I understand, changing our methodology for determining. And that's the question that's before the court is the methodology consistent with state law, not what is the specific rate per square foot that we're
Right.
dealing with.
So
So
what are we adopting as our methodology and is it consistent?
yeah, so I would advise against changing the methodology while we're litigating that question, but adjusting the rate within the context of that methodology and how each factor is calculated is.
I think a helpful piece of information would be a reminder as to why we decided to pause the rate adjustment, what the rationale was for that. And then another question I would have is, do you have any suggestions for how to mitigate the shock?
Yes,
I
do.
Yeah, you do. Okay. I mean, yeah. Those would be my questions. And then as Galena mentioned, how other counties are navigating this. Lance, anything? You were there. You want to have any memories or history or context to share at this point?
Well, Galena was there too.
Oh, yeah.
I think that we both have pretty vivid recollection of the community's response. It was a bit of a dogfight then, and based on what John mentioned for potential increase based on today's numbers, it's going to be a bit of a sticker shock. As again, I'm excited to hear Mike and Jared's suggestions for buffering that, and I look forward to continuing this conversation because, Galena, you're right. We need to stay on top of this so that we don't end up being shy for another 15 years and then having to go through another war.
Okay, when will you be ready to have this discussion?
I don't know right now.
Where-
We've got some scheduling challenges so that we need to work on.
We didn't want to bring it to the Egnar meeting.
Okay.
So we wanted to have it while we were in Telluride, and we want to get it to you as soon as possible. So one of our upcoming Telluride meetings, of which we only have a few in the next month, but our intent is within the next month.
Okay, so sometime in May.
Yes.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. All right. Anything else, or are we good to move on? Thank you for all that background, and I appreciate the kind of two-step conversation.
Yeah.
That's super helpful. Okay. We it's lunchtime. The only thing we've missed so far is 10A, which is a consideration of a letter of support for the House Joint Resolution regarding the Tabor Constitutional Challenge. Did you say we could do that over lunch?
You can if you wish.
We could, or should we could do it during commissioner updates?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Let me just make sure I didn't miss any members of the public. I did not. Okay, let's adjourn now for lunch, not adjourn. What are we gonna do?
Recess.
Recess. We're gonna recess for recess. Okay, and we will be back at 12:30. Look forward to seeing you all then. Oh, Mike, you're first up. Hello, San Miguel County. It is shortly after 12:30. We had to organize our coffee for the afternoon, and now we are raring to go. We are now on item 13 of our regular meeting on Tuesday, April 22nd, the Board of County Commissioners. Item 13 is Manager Matters. Mike Bordonia, what have you got to share?
Commissioners, just some updates for today. The first is glad to be back after 2 weeks of no commissioner meetings. And thanks to the public for allowing us that time away. We're excited to celebrate one of our employees, Greg Polio, and his wife welcomed a son while we were away into the world. So we won't be seeing Greg for several weeks while he is out on parental leave, but excited for them. Ouray County executed the IGA for sharing of our veteran service officer. So Mikhail has already started providing service to Ouray, and we've worked out with finance how to split and invoice their county for his time.
Can I just interject so I don't forget? I had a member of the public who emailed me about Mikhail and what a wonderful job he had done on a specific issue. So we continue to get really positive feedback.
That's great. And we're going to find out at the end of May if he was successful in his grant application to the Division of Veterans Affairs. One of the critical needs that he had identified was missing in our community were rides for veterans to get to hospital appointments, primarily to the VA hospital in Grand Junction. The only available rideshare services were charging between $5 and $7 per mile.
Oof.
So when you think about that one round trip would eviscerate their budget. So he's applied for a vehicle and for funding to be able to hire a driver on call to take folks as they needed to, whether they live in Agner or Telluride, Norwood, or anywhere in between. So fingers crossed that we are successful in that application. We met with the Forest Service yesterday, Ryan Rigetti, myself, about the Imogene Pass repair. We shared Nicholas Maynard's NECO Services updated estimate for engineering, design, and reconstruction of the failed reinforcement wall area, which is currently sitting at $650,000. In meeting with the Forest Service, we were elated to hear that other ranger districts have received an allocation similar to what they received last year. So for them, if that holds true for our region, which they'll find out in mid-May, they didn't have a date certain, but they said mid-May, we were told we'd get our budget. That amount was approximately $200,000. And they did Curtis Cross as well as Meganino and others at the Forest Service said that this would be their highest priority project to put forward those funds forward toward. I've also been working with John Duncan from Telluride Outside and on some applications to the Bronco Wild Fund that provides some funding and repairs. Idorado Mine has so far committed $50,000 to the repair, which seems a little bit small given their need for ongoing monitoring that they will need to use the pass. However, they've indicated that if it is not repaired, that their plan is to go over from the Ouray side until it is repaired. But all this is to say that I feel confident if the Forest Service receives their $200,000, we will continue fundraising. I feel confident that we can fundraise between the Jeep groups and private businesses that have pledged funds in the neighborhood of $100,000 to $150,000. The county is going to ask the county is proposed to be the fiscal agent overseeing this project because that will drastically expedite the timelines. We confirmed that our RFP and bidding processes suffice for the Forest Service's requirements. But that puts the delta in the neighborhood of $300,000 still. So I wanted there's no action needed today, but I wanted to just give you a heads up that it is likely that we will be coming back after we've gone out to bid. Hopefully bids come in less. We looked at some design alternatives that the Forest Service recommended to potentially lower the cost of the repair, such as bringing the grade down so that they don't have to go through several layers before they can hit bedrock, which could make it a cheaper repair if they can do that. But more to come, and we're working on an RFP. The Forest Service and Ryan Rigetti are working on the scope of work for it. And we're going to be hoping to bring that to you next Wednesday to release that RFP. Obviously, we would not award the project until the Forest Service knows their funds and all of the other partners have come forth with what they can produce. But between now and mid-May, which is about when the bids would be proposed to close, we should have a better estimate of the firm cost as well as how much we're able to fundraise towards this repair. Do you have any questions before I move on to the next item as I continue in these conversations?
One really quick question, just
Yes.
if you have any updates on the Uray side with that rock wall.
They completed the rock scaling. Nicholas was also hired by Uray County to do that. He has completed the rock scaling, and I don't have an update as far as whether or not they have started their repair on the retaining wall, but
So the scaling is what?
those were the overhanging rocks that prevented them from even removing the debris material on the Uray Campbird side of the pass because they had a lot of loose overhanging rocks. Those have since been released and dropped down. So now the process. I can find out when we meet next and give you a better update of where Uray County is at. Yes, sir.
The $300,000 that you mentioned isn't miraculously covered, then will that be something that we need to talk about as a county?
That's my anticipation, yes. Similar to how we bit the bullet and paid the bulk of the Trout Lake culvert repair. Forest Service paid for the culvert itself, but we paid the much larger amount of excavation and renovation. Speaking of which, I have gotten some concerns from the public about how skier access was on the Trout Lake trestle ski cross-country ski area, and the softness of the dirt and how it was creating lots of potholes and it was rough on vehicles. And I've confirmed with Ryan and his crew that that is going to be one of their focus areas this summer, is finally, because we got that project done late in the year, they're going to be going back and compacting and regrading that, putting the fencing back up, doing the reseeding and the drainage controls for that. So it should be an improved situation for vehicles trying to access that skier parking at Trout Lake for next season.
Are you talking about the land over the culvert, right?
Actually, prior to the
Or the
culvert.
road
Yeah,
before the culvert, okay.
because we had a lot of heavy equipment
I see.
bringing stuff in
Sure.
and out, so that chewed up the road. And then we had an early snow, and then a lot of freeze thaw, and that snow happened almost the day that we were finishing.
I remember that, yeah.
So it kind of impacted our ability to grade it and compact it.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't want to. The Rec Ranger program, we've unfortunately been notified by the Forest Service that they're going to be putting that on pause for this coming summer. I didn't get more explanation, just an email from Chris Smith at the Forest Service saying that they will not be moving forward with hiring their Rec Ranger staff. I wonder if that falls into that temporary seasonal employees of federal agencies, which have been fairly ubiquitously reduced or paused.
That was a ranger we were paying for, correct?
We were contributing, but they were still the contracting agency. I asked, if the county was willing to be the fiscal agent, could you still hire it? They would still be hired by the Forest Service, and that is their prohibition, is what's been told to me. So that's unfortunate and causes some concern. The West End Vision project that is being headed up by Weedsea is going to be meeting on May 1st from 6 to 8 p.m. in the Norwood Town Hall. They have a tacos event, and they're going to be sharing that West End Vision project, seeking further input from the public. So I wanted to make folks aware of that. Obviously, we have a special meeting next Wednesday. We're anticipating that the board will be naming the sheriff's appointment. We'll be hearing from CTSI on our loss analysis. We'll have an update from our emergency manager, as well as from our her supervisor at the state level on emergency management at that meeting, and several other items. We have our all-county training that day of May 1st, Thursday, May 1st, from 9 to 4 p.m. That will be held in person at the Norwood Library. So we will have a Zoom option for our employees who work remotely, such as Katie Neesham Ramirez and Heather Widland, but we are encouraging all staff to attend in person. Oh, Heather will be here in person. I take it back. Heather's coming next week, and she will be here during the training.
So it's at the library, not at the annex.
That's correct. It was
Thanks.
for the capacity
Yep.
issue of being able to have everybody under one space.
Thank you, Lone Cone.
Thank you. Covered that. We're going to be meeting, Jared and I will be meeting with Mountain Village and the Alexanders next week, next Tuesday, regarding the MOU that we'll be discussing this afternoon in executive session. I was able to finish the high performance leadership course, and I thank the commissioners for allowing me to do that. Professional development for the last 4 months. My group has decided to continue to meet monthly because that was probably the greatest value of the whole program. It's oriented more towards director level employees, but it was really great for me to hear folks as a supervisor of directors, how decisions are made and rolled out and how that impacts them and what they wish that process would look like. So we've had a lot of good conversations about that, and I've gained a lot from that course.
Did you get an A?
I don't know if I got an A because the final week was only in person while I was gone.
Oh, no.
So I did pass and get the certificate, but I probably got a B in that. Lastly, and I hate coming to you with this, but and my phone is blowing up like crazy. Sorry. Okay. We sent away our Hi-Track D4 Caterpillar dozer to be repaired to Wagner Caterpillar. We requested a full rebuild quote. They provided us a quote and we authorized that. It's within their budgeted amount. They have $180,000 in their budget for heavy equipment repair. This repair came in at $135,000. Ryan Rigetti called me probably 2 or 3 weeks ago and said, hey, they keep calling me asking if we want to do this extra thing. And what was discovered was the quote that was provided was only for the drivetrain repair. The full rebuild of all the other components, such as the hydraulics, the lines, the tracks, well, I guess the tracks was covered under drivetrain, but seals, valves, etc., are a part of the full Caterpillar certified rebuild. So the new amount is $191,000 is their maximum estimate for the full rebuild. A new one of these vehicles is between $500,000 and $600,000. This is our primary vehicle to clear all high mountain passes. And if we do the Caterpillar certified rebuild, it then comes with a 3-year warranty on everything related to the vehicle. This vehicle has been costing us approximately $40,000 a year in repairs. And when it breaks down in places like Bridal Veil Basin and or atop Imogene, creating a nightmare to get up a low boy to load it and remove it. So we knew it was time that we had to bite the bullet and do a significant repair. I'm asking for your authorization to go a little bit over budget in the heavy equipment repair line item for Road and Bridge. It'd be about the maximum would be 11,000. They said it's likely going to be less, but they wanted to give us the maximum amount so that we weren't going to be surprised. So it is there right now. They're waiting on the go-ahead. If we're willing to spend this extra money, it is somewhat unfortunately time sensitive also because starting next month, we want to get clearing all of our high country passes. And I do feel that it is probably a prudent financial decision. It's equivalent to what we're going to spend in 3.5 to 4 or 4.5 to 5 years of regular repairs anyway, and will alleviate the concern of our drivers and operators when they're on those high passes.
Doesn't sound like we have a choice.
We don't have a whole lot of choice. I mean, we could take the cheaper option and then hope that all those other things are good enough. I would just much rather, when we're putting an operator in on Bear Creek and on the stairs and those, probably the scariest pass in North America, I want them to know that they can depend on this thing. So my plea to you is, would you be willing to authorize us to spend this additional money and get the full repair complete?
Sounds like pretty necessary repair for safety and just getting the job done, so I'm okay with it.
And an investment in the future.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm okay with it.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. And that's all I had.
You saved the best.
I
for
wanted
last.
to end with the hard question. Cool. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Did you have anything to add?
I just got to close the loop. A couple things.
Oh.
I make a list and just wait, check it off. The only couple of things, Mike mentioned professional development. As you know, as we may have mentioned, he and I are going to the CCCMA.
Yeah.
That is the Colorado City and County Managers Association Conference. It's a mouthful to say all of those C's, but we will be there from tomorrow through Friday. We'll be back Friday. But if you need anything, obviously, you know our phone numbers and we will be available. But we are looking forward to that opportunity as well. One thing, there is a screening of a movie called Common Ground at the Palm Theater on 5/1, so the first of next month. That is in part one of the compost activities that we fund. Eco Action Partners is putting that together. I just want to give a shout out. They've been doing great work in education and outreach. I was really excited to see the school is initiating a composting pilot. So, which is one of the biggest food waste locations probably within our community. So making great progress on some of those things bit by bit. And other than that, I think Mike crossed all the other things off the list.
Right. We wish you well at the conference. And Mike, we know you're making a presentation.
Only speaking on a panel.
Speaking on a panel.
Yeah.
I hope that goes well.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner updates. Lance, you want to go? You look like you're ready.
Sure. Have anything to update since 2 weeks ago?
There you go. Galena.
Yeah, some things. I sat in on a Gunnison Sage Grouse working group meeting and learned a lot. It was very informative. And the big takeaway for me is that currently it's projected that 50% of the critical Gunnison Sage Grouse habitat in San Miguel County is situated on private lands. And this fact, in combination with the ongoing concerns over habitat protection and conservation on public lands, kind of got my wheels turning about potential actions we could take, maybe with land use code amendments or like a 1041 resolution to further encourage protection of this endangered species that has a relatively high population rate in San Miguel County. So I've started conversations with Star and Kay, just kind of exploring what that might look like, or what, take a temperature on that. And there would need to be potential
talks with Tori Jarvis. So anyhow, I just wanted to kind of inform you all that got my wheels turning and thinking about potential ways that we could continue to encourage habitat protection for Gunnison sage grouse on private land in San Miguel County.
Galena, I heard Julie Kolb say today that there are no sage grouse. Maybe she was just speaking to Dry Creek Basin.
Dry Creek Basin.
So this is a thing I don't understand. Do we or do we not have active?
We do.
We do.
Yeah,
Okay.
let me, just since you're asking, bear with me to get to my notes, but San Miguel County has, one of the higher populations, of Gunnison sage grouse. You know, specifically in the Miramani area.
Okay.
And around Gurley Reservoir, Miramani, in that area, there are birds in the. There we go. Yeah, Miramani is the stronghold with 30 plus leks. I have to take some screenshots. I can email it to you.
Yeah,
but
that's fine.
there's like a couple hundred birds.
Okay.
In San Miguel County. It's approximated right now. So
Okay.
yeah, a pretty healthy population considering how endangered the species is.
Thank you.
Yeah, I learned a lot, like I said. And there was some really riveting presentations by CPW and some other biologists just about the work that's being done. And the Zydeek instructions, creating these habitats for the birds to be able to reproduce, and these little like micro habitats that are being created. So to be continued, I'll update you all as I explore this, but I think it could be something that would be worthwhile. Thank you. On the West End Vision Project topic, I attended an ambassador meeting talking about the values portion of the project, and the values have been officially adopted. So now that project is moving forward to the vision portion of the project. As Mike mentioned, there are some community dinners happening next week, one in Norwood, one in Natarita. I'm going to join the Norwood meeting and help be a facilitator for that. Kind of small, but I do think this is worth mentioning because it was addressed at the meeting. There was scrutiny of the project by newly appointed Montrose County Commissioner Sean Pond on social media. And Michaela Gordon with Weedsea then responded to Commissioner Pond in a very detailed email about all of the local engagement and how this project really has come from within the community, and hopefully kind of quelled some of the concerns that were shared with, widespreadly about this project. So it was just kind of an unfortunate happenstance with the project, but despite this setback, the project is moving forward with good momentum. And it should really, in the end, I think, provide some very good feedback for the community and for community leaders to develop master plans moving forward, and just have a cumulative economic diversity kind of picture for the region. So I'll keep my finger on the pulse there.
Maybe another email. I'd be curious to know what the values are that the project has arrived at. Not right now, if you don't need.
Yes. There's many.
Okay.
Yeah, it's there's about a handful that are pretty. I'll email them to you
if there's
as well.
a deck or
And then
something.
and they're also, they're on the West End Vision Project Facebook page.
I'll go there.
They've been published there.
I'll go there. Thank you.
Absolutely. I toured the jail with Pete Petronovich, and I was really glad I did that. It's very impressive what they're doing there, and really gave me insight into, what they're doing, what CCS is doing there on the daily, and what, that all entails, and how well maintained it really is. And so that was very worthwhile little trip to the jail.
Mike, would that count as our annual inspection?
The statute says that the board should.
We should schedule
I
that.
think if
Oh,
you
good.
each individually went, that'd be fine, but yeah, you went.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Exactly.
I just had an afternoon, so thought I'd do it.
May 14th, I see it on our schedule. Okay, thanks. You could probably skip that if you need to, Colleen.
Yeah, it was very thorough. I got to tour everything, including the kitchen and the library.
Yeah.
Yeah. And tomorrow I'm going to be joining a DIY composting event at Indian Ridge Farms and talking about the county composting program with the intern that's been involved with that program, Hank Williams. So I'm just going to give a short little presentation there on behalf of the county. And then I'll be attending the Growing Water Smart workshop with the town of Norwood and Norwood Water Commissioner representatives early next week in Montrose. And the hope is gain some good information and ideas and tools to help shape future master plan developments, specifically in response to HB 201095, with water conservation measures being spelled out in master plans. That's it.
Fantastic. Great. I, on April 2nd, attended a work session or a meeting that Tard Foundation convened among myself and Shannon and Jen from our emergency management department and Chief Bennett from the Telluride Fire Protection District. The foundation is interested in supporting efforts within, particularly on the east end of the county, but I would presume if we expanded it beyond that, in terms of helping support wildfire preparation as well as education for the community, and to be available to support in the event of an event. And so the foundation, together with emergency management, is working on an MOU for the foundation to specifically to support fundraising and communications in regard to wildfire mitigation, response, and recovery. It sounded like there's a specific piece of equipment that the fire department might make use of, and I'm not going to announce that now until that's worked through, but that the foundation would be able to fund. So that was terrific. And then there was a lot of discussion about what we could do to improve community outreach and education this spring on the wildfire situation. And Shannon talked about a program that is existing in the Mountain Village called Fire and Ice, which happens every June. So we talked about maybe expanding that to include some kind of a, I don't know if you want to call it a presentation or some kind of a community presentation that would be similar to what Annika organized in Norwood, but maybe a little bit briefer. We talked about connecting with festivals to educate attendees and to get them signed up for alerts. We talked about just, the Shannon in our emergency management department has a sort of public information campaign that will be starting this week to start to share more information about this. And then there was information shared that Xcel Energy has installed a pano camera on North Mountain, south of Miramonte. Did you guys know this?
No.
Yeah, so that will
Xcel
cover.
did?
Xcel did, and that will cover essentially all of the West End. And I know it matters how you define West End, but I got the impression, and we could confirm this, that perhaps the one that we've been in conversation with Bennett about is no longer necessary. People were really excited to hear about that camera, and that's privately funded, so.
And where was that located again?
Okay, it's on North Mountain,
Okay.
which is south of Miramonte.
Thank you.
And it would cover all of the West End, is what I was told, so.
I mean, that is situated looking towards Disappointment Valley as well, so.
I think, well, it's 360.
Right, but.
It goes that way
far
too.
west, right?
Okay, yeah.
I would think
Sounded like it was a great location for for Dolores County and Western San Miguel County, Wrights Mesa. That makes sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
you know the geography best, yeah. So that was good news. I was in a meeting where Tri-County announced what they're calling a movement, and I just want to put this in the commissioners' heads to think about. It's called We Are the Ones, and it's basically, I'm going to read from what they shared, a movement that empowers each of us to make meaningful action, big or small, to strengthen our communities. If we want things to improve, we are the ones who will make it happen together. So for example, if we want to address the mental health crisis, we are the ones who must do normalize conversations. If bullying is a problem, we are the ones that need to work in our schools and neighborhoods. So basically what they're asking is for various community organizations and entities to adopt this motto to kind of galvanize the community to feel empowered and to recognize that we do have, control over what's happening here and that we can, work together to improve our community. So it just felt like something that the commissioners might want to get involved with, but I wasn't entirely sure in what capacity. So I'm just throwing it out there as food for thought. Any questions about that? We are the ones. Okay. On the 18th, this is a little bit out of order, sorry. I attended a Board of Health advisory panel that I'm on at the CDPHE. And we're just talking about how to improve Board of Health training, which we all have to do annually. And one of the things I wanted to bring to you is that they are going to be providing the 2025 Board of Health training opportunity at the CCI Summer Conference. So unfortunately, I can't attend that. I know you've already done your Board of Health training for 2025, but if that's something that you're interested in, if you haven't done it yet, which we can do online, but it's going to be at the CCI Summer Conference if you're planning to attend. Good. On April 7th, I was in Montrose and met with the leadership at the Hispanic Affairs Project, HAP. And just to kind of get to know them, they do a ton of immigrant advocacy work, and they are quite well established. So it was really nice to make that connection. And we have already been sharing resources for immigrant support during this time. They have a lot of those to share. Right before break, I met with Sarah Enders and Suzanne Chevins to talk about a community education sort of outreach around the reassessment process, because that's about to get, I think on May 1st, mailed our reassessments, and perhaps surprisingly to some of us, they're going up again because while this real estate market is not as active in terms of quantity or volume of sales, prices have continued to rise. And so we do expect some concern and pushback on all that. And so Sarah and Suzanne and I have been talking about how we can educate the community about what that process is and why the numbers are what they are, and then also how to learn more about your own assessment and protest if you need to, and all of that. So Sarah is going to do workshop, kind of a presentation. I don't have the dates with me. I will do that next week. One in Norwood and one in Telluride here at the BOCC room. She's going to be on County Lines, or what's your program called? Is that County Lines on Kodo and so forth. Sarah was really eager to do that, and I thank her for that, because I think the more we can educate ourselves and the public about these processes that can be, going back to something else earlier, shocking, the better. So that is underway. And then I just wanted to let you all know that I reached out to Representative Hurd and thanked him for the letter that he participated in supporting Medicaid. That was one of the 5 points we had brought up in our letter to him around federal funding. And I just wanted him to know that we really appreciated that he responded and stepped up like that, because it was definitely, I think, politically took a little bit of courage to step away from maybe mainstream Republican Party right now to make that statement. So anyway, trying to continue to build that relationship. Yeah, Lance.
Did you speak with him?
No, we texted. And I sent him the article from the Planet. It was on the front page of the paper. And Owen Perkins, I thought, did a really good job of that. He covered our whole letter as well as this letter from the 12 Republican representatives. So that was a bright spot, I thought. And that's all I have. So
Follow up on that. I'm gonna attend the Norwood assessor presentation.
Oh,
I
good.
responded to Sarah, so
Thank you. And I'll be
I can cover
here
that.
until you're right. Great. So you know the date on that. I could
Yeah,
look
May
them up.
13th, at the Longcomb Library.
Okay,
I
and
didn't have a
that's,
time yet, but
I think we planned on definitely in the evening. And maybe I can, let's see, find the Telluride date. Oh, I know, we're gonna be on Off the Record on the 6th of May. That's what we're gonna do. And then where'd it go? Okay, May 13th in Norwood, and then May 20th. I have 5:30 to 7, but I may have made that up here in the BOCC room. So there'll be at least those 3 pieces of outreach to share with the community how that process works. Thanks, Galena. All right.
thank you. I think that'll be really informative.
I think so too. I think, yeah, and hopefully we'll cut down on the stress in the assessor's office too, if people are more educated. Okay, it's a little after 1 and we only have about 50 minutes, I'd say, to get through 4 meaty attorney matters. Do you think it's possible? Or do you want to prioritize, Maura?
Well, one of them that I do want to prioritize, but should only take about 5 minutes is B.
Which one? I'm sorry, B?
The
Paradox Bank.
matter, that
Yep.
one will be quick.
Okay.
The other ones, I guess I defer to Mike and Jared on how much discussion they want to have on each of those, or I think we need to have on each of those.
I also think item C about the Fruin building, we could
Mhm.
hold for another meeting.
We could hold?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's make
no
that
urgency.
4. And we'll do the paradox first, just to knock it out. And then I do think we need to continue to move forward on the other 2. So we'll just try to keep the conversations as tight as we can. Okay. So is that work for the other commissioners?
Yes, I may have to go into executive session under CRS 24-6-402 for, I believe it's B, in conference with our attorney, and 4E to determine negotiating strategies.
And this will be specifically for the paradox bankruptcy case, and then we come out to and in and out, right?
I second that motion.
How do you vote? I as well. Okay, moving into executive session to discuss the paradox bankruptcy attorney malpractice matter.
Okay.
And you let us know, Nancy and Carmen, when we are ready to be. We have to move into some kind of a meeting room. This will probably take longer than the discussion. This is. All right.
Ready for good hand motions.
You might be waiting a little longer.
Oh, it says.
You know what?
The bitterness rising.
Fine. She had to, and she could be trying to get a shooting back.
All right, I'm joining.
You just join.
I'm in room 1.
You're in room one? I'm in here going.
Me too. This is when we get to hear Carmen sing. Like the choir.
It's really like angelic.
So this is fine. Yep.
I don't
What
think
we
she-
want to do is you can let me close that out. X out there. This, yeah, okay. And then this we want to here. Video.
As well, we are now out of executive session. During executive session, we gave our attorney direction to continue to pursue the Paradox bankruptcy attorney malpractice matter. We are now going to go into executive, timeout. Yes, thank you for clarifying, for item 15A, discussion of the sewer authority for the regional wastewater treatment plant. And we are doing that under citation 4B, conference with an attorney, and 4E, determining negotiating strategies. Do I have a motion?
We have to go into executive session for the purposes you just outlined.
Second?
How do you vote?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye as well. We are now moving into executive session for item 15A. Okay, San Miguel County, we
To come out of executive.
need a motion to come out of executive session. Would anyone in the county like to make that motion?
I move to come out of executive session.
I second.
Vote.
Aye.
Aye. As well, we are formally out of executive session. During that session, we were discussing item 15A. No decisions were made because we did not complete the discussion. We have decided to continue discussion of 15A as well as 15D at a special meeting to be held on Monday, April 28th at 9:30 to 11 a.m. That meeting will be entirely an executive session. So no need to put that on your calendar unless you want to hear us roll call and then adjourn. Thank you for your patience. We have about 7 minutes until we begin the next item on our agenda, which is the interview of 2 sheriff's candidates. So we will pause until 2 o'clock and we will come back at 2 o'clock sharp because we've got lots to talk about with these folks. Thank you. We forgot to talk about the Tabor lawsuit. So Okay. I think we should invite
Dan,
Dan into the room. Thank you.
without him, we're nothing.
Without him, we're nothing. Okay, I'll just start the protocol part of it. Well, no, I just want to say hi to Dan.
A special hi.
Yes, we warmed it up for you.
Yes. Nice to see you, Dan. Okay, Dan, we're just going to use the first minute to kind of set the stage for the public, whether they're here in the room or online, about how today is going to go. We have 2 interviews this afternoon with the 2 qualified candidates to fill the sheriff's vacancy. The first one is with Under Sheriff Dan Cobalt from 2 to 3, and then from 3 to 4, we will be meeting with Sergeant Lane Masters. The process for this afternoon is that the interviews will be conducted by the Board of County Commissioners, and the appointment will be made next Wednesday, April 30th, at a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. The public is invited to attend or to listen in on this conversation or this interview, as well as to attend a meet and greet later today at the Placerville Schoolhouse, and that will take place from 5 to 6:30 p.m. At that time, each of the candidates will have 5 minutes to introduce themselves and talk about why they have made this application. That part of the meet and greet will be available on Zoom for the public, but the rest of it is more kind of a milling around format where we'll have each candidate on one side of the room, and then the public is invited to kind of mingle, ask questions, listen in. So that part will not be on Zoom. If anybody would like to provide comments regarding this process and the candidates, we will have forms available at the meet and greet this afternoon. And you are also welcome to email the Board of County Commissioners. Our email address is bocc@sanmiguelcountyco.gov. And all of those comments will be shared with the 3 commissioners prior to our making this decision next Wednesday. To ensure that the commissioners have time to review your comments, they will be accepted up until 5 p.m. this coming Friday, April 25th. Is there anything else I missed in terms of process? I will note that we have predetermined, I think it's 12 interview questions, which we sent last night to the candidates so that they would both have equal access to those and be prepared if they would like to think about how they were going to answer those. The commissioners will rotate our asking of the questions. A couple of them are several parts, but we will ask each of the parts separately, so you don't have to remember a 3-part question. Personal pet peeve of mine. Again, we're asking the same questions of both candidates. What else have I missed? Lawyers, HR, staff. Oh, 45 minutes. I think we could probably let's go till 2:50. Which is 45 minutes. So that gives you almost 4 minutes, or gives us about 4 minutes per question. Does that feel okay?
Okay.
Just so that we have a time to take a pause if needed.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? All right. The moment we've all been waiting for.
And I might just interrupt.
Yes,
If we
please.
are getting close to the end, I will give a 10-minute before, or our HR director will give a 10-minute reminder, as some questions you may wish to answer briefly and some you might wish to expand upon. So they don't all have to be.
Yeah.
the same. Yeah.
Okay. So welcome, Under Sheriff Dan Cobalt. I would just like to thank you so much for applying for this position. We know that being sheriff of any county is a huge responsibility, and we just very much appreciate your service over the last few decades and your willingness to step up into this position. So regardless of the outcome, just know that we are super grateful that you're here today.
Thank you for that. And thank you for having me here. I appreciate it.
All right, we will begin with question 1 with Commissioner Waring, and then we'll just be rotating.
Commissioner Brown, sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, please.
Do you want to give the one disclaimer
Yes.
that I asked?
Thank you. This is why you're here, Maura. Okay, thank you. She's just earning her wage every minute. Okay, just as a point of clarification, some of the questions we'll be asking today
asked for your views or opinions on certain laws and policies that pertain to law enforcement. I just want to clarify with these questions that we are seeking your views in your professional capacity as a peacekeeping officer and not your personal political views or opinions as a private citizen. So these would be your views as the potential sheriff. Does that
Understand.
make sense? Okay,
ma'am.
we're not looking for personal political views. Thank you. Thank you, Maura. Lance.
With that, the first question, the current sheriff has described the office under his leadership as shifting from a law enforcement agency to a peacekeeping agency. I've got a frog in my throat. What do you perceive as the difference between law enforcement and peacekeeping? And which approach do you feel is more appropriate at this time?
So both terms have an implication in our career field. They're both appropriate on a given situation. First and foremost, we are peacekeepers. And if we are doing the peacekeeping job, there will be less likelihood we need to do the enforcement side of the job. However, we live in a dynamic environment where even our very, very best efforts may not end in a peaceful resolution, and those enforcement actions might have to take place. But first and foremost, we need to be those peacekeepers. That was something the Sheriff Masters brought to us several years ago, and it just made a lot of sense. It's something that stuck with me. I've since made that part of my vernacular as peacekeepers, but I also understand that the term law enforcement also has an applicable place in this career field. I also feel that if more agencies would look at this career as being peacekeepers, we would have less need for law enforcement.
Thank you, Dan.
All right. What do you see as the biggest challenge facing our community in terms of public safety and crime prevention, and how do you plan to address them?
It's a very open question because that question could be defined in many different ways. Today's crime might be the drugs in our community. Tomorrow's crime might be excessive DUI. So there's no way to really narrow it down to what is crime prevention. We're never going to prevent crime. Peacekeepers are by nature reactive, not necessarily proactive. We're usually responding to something that has already happened. It is impossible for us to identify or predetermine their criminal act and when and where they are going to commit that act. So that falls back to the old theory of the broken windows. You take care of the small things and the big things will take care of themselves. So through proactive policing, public presence, community relations, outreach programs, successful investigations, successful prosecutions, we make it a very uncomfortable place for a criminal to want to come and do bad things. I can't control what happens on the Front Range, but I can make an impact here. And if I can make the bad guy want to go somewhere else where his crimes are not going to be my issue because it's too difficult to do here, then we've accomplished that goal. We're not necessarily preventing any crime, but we are trying to deter it from happening in our community.
Okay. The sheriff's office budget is approximately 43% of the total general fund budget of the county, which is to say it's significant. What is your philosophy around budgeting?
I believe this year we're just north of 5 million. It's difficult to say for certain because of one of the issues we're budgeting around this year, but the budget is a tool. It allows me in my current capacity to monitor our expenditures, to say this is where the money is going and why. It allows me to look at previous trends. Did I go over, or were we at this 10% increase in, pick something, ammunition? 10% in 2023, an additional 10% in 2024. I now know that when I do my 2025 budget, in all likelihood, I need to increase that by 10% because the trend is showing me that. When we use our line items, yes, you can go over in a line item, unforeseen circumstance. This year alone, $6,000 hit for a valve that we had no way of knowing was going to go out in the jail. Can't budget for that. You can plan for it, you can anticipate, but in the end, I got one valve that costs $200. I got one that costs $6,000. Which one do I budget for? So we have those unexpected expenditures, but in the end, the budget is designed as a tool to help me regulate and manage where our expenses go and plan for the future through previous trends.
Thank you, Dan. What is your, related to budgeting, what is your understanding of the sheriff's office current budgeting process, specifically interaction with county admin and the BOCC? How would, if at all, would you recommend adjusting the process if given the opportunity to make changes?
I struggled with this one last night because I wasn't 100% certain what you were asking, so I'm going to go with what I believed you were asking. So every year, the department heads, come the fall, start to do what I said, and we evaluate our previous budgets. We look at where our trends are going. We say, can we pull back here but move forward there? Do we need a little extra in uniforms, or are we good for the jail equipment? Where are we at? Those are then presented to the county manager and the BOCC. From there, the negotiation process starts, because what I believe I might need may not be what you all believe I might need. And so we discuss those things. We hopefully come to an amicable resolution and we can move forward. It's a give and take process. I have worked closely in my interim with Mr. Berdonia. When I've come onto budget issues or fell on something that I didn't understand. And why are we doing this? What effect does this have on this over here? Because one line item in one division could directly impact the line item of another division, depending on our needs. So once we've negotiated that all out, hopefully it comes to you guys for your approval. We get our approval. And then I start bothering Ramona. And Ramona helps keep me on track with stuff, and I utilize her as much as I do Mr. Berdonia, as far as what are we looking at here? What is our overtime looking at? And because our budgets aren't published real time, except for every quarter, I can get real time data from Ramona. So that's where I use Ramona for. And if I could change anything in our current budgeting, it would be putting our wages back in our wage line item. My opinion is the sheriff's budget as a whole needs to be set for the fiscal year to assume that we are at full capacity with an average wage rate for each employee that works there. That gives me room to decide how I want to make job offers for incoming employees. It lets me know where I'm standing in overtimes and can I afford to send this person to this training? Or are we getting too close here in this line item? But without those numbers in there, that makes it very difficult. And so I would like to see the very simple change of staffing or compiling the budget as if we were at full staff for an entire year, so I know what I have. And right now I don't have that.
Okay.
The sheriff's department and other law enforcement agencies across the state are finding it difficult to attract qualified candidates. Discuss your philosophy and potential techniques relating to recruitment and retention of personnel.
This is also a tough question because it's demographically driven. We do see qualified candidates coming, but for reasons I'll discuss in a moment, they have withdrawn. There is a cloud over peacekeeping in this country right now. The pendulum is starting to swing back. During the George Floyd issues and all of those, the profession took a big black eye. It takes time to overcome those things. The pendulum is swinging back, but that is still going to take more time. For us, the bigger issue is where we live. Our lack of housing, our wages in comparison to what someone could make with more amenities on the Front Range. The split demographic we have, where a lot of your older, more seasoned officers are opposed to retirement. They're not uprooting their families and moving here to finish out their career. Young officers want a nightlife. They want to be in the city. They want to be where the members of the opposite sex are or whatever. And they want that nightlife and those fast food and that Walmart. It takes a special person to work in an area such as ours. And those are few and far between. The ones that we do see have a tendency to come here. They want to be here, but then they look at the housing market. As an example, today, just a very quick search. There are 2 homes available for long-term rental in Telluride and 4 in Norwood. The 2 in Telluride, one of them is $6,000 a month. The other one is $15,000 a month. Out of the question. The ones in Norwood average out to $2,200 a month. So let's assume I have a deputy that is brand spanking new out of the academy. He's a grade 32 too. He can expect to take home roughly after taxes and withholdings about $3,800 a month, brand new deputy. $2,200 a month is 2/3 of his salary, only leaving him $1,600 to pay for his car insurance, his car payment, his gas bill, his utilities, his food, his groceries, and any entertainment that he or she may desire to partake in. If this person's here because they want to ski, how far is that money going to go during ski season? So these are issues that are very big for us in this demographic that we need to figure out. How are we going to be able to get people here and then keep them? The people we have, we've made great strides for. We're currently in another budget site, or cost and comp study. My understanding is we plan on doing that now biannually, or every 2 years. Is that biannually? Yeah. Biannually. That is going to make a big, significant impact. We're going to be able to stay in front of those market trends that the Front Range is really hammering us on. We're going to stay competitive with them. That in turn will also help with the cost of housing and groceries and food around here. One of our deputies has tried to implement and is in the process of making an Explorer program, which, if you're not familiar with, is kind of like the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts, but for law enforcement. That's going to pique the community interests. That's going to get them noticing us. I think that if we could get more people in the community understanding that this is an honorable profession, more people might want to do it. And then we can get more people that already live here doing this job. I have prepared, and I'll leave a copy with you in case we don't get a chance to discuss it, some of my long-term ideas and goals. One of those is a county-run daycare. I have 2 young ladies that are single mothers in Norwood who have refused to apply with us because, one, they cannot work nights because they don't have daycare, and they can't work days because they can't afford the daycare that is available. What would something like that look like? Would that benefit all departments of the county or just mine? I don't know. But it's a thought I had of what would a county-run daycare look like, and could we give a cost savings to single parents or even married couples that are struggling with why work for, was it $31 an hour and pay $14 an hour of that to your daycare? They can continue to work at Clark's Market and have the same take home. So I lose those people.
Thank you.
Thanks. Currently, we are aware of a division between patrol operations and CCS. What would you do to develop a more unified sheriff's office?
This has been an issue since the day I started here in 2000. I have heard said and have felt myself that sometimes the Corrections and Communications Division have been kind of second-class citizens. It's not true. They are very much needed and they're very much respected, especially by me, because that's where I started. I know what their job is, and I know what they go through on a day-to-day basis. But as I said in a meeting previous, there is a perception there. They see patrol or operations get this wage increase, yet they don't get that wage increase yet. They see these new vehicles over here, but they're still driving the older vehicles. You know, there is an appearance of non-equality. What I tried to do when I first took the undersheriff's position, we started very simply. We started with uniforms. For decades, there has been a disparity in the uniforms. The Corrections and Communication had a different uniform than patrol. That in itself sets a division. So we changed it all. Now everyone wears exactly the same uniform. They carry the same duty belts, they carry the same weapons unless they choose to carry their own weapon. Same badges. The patrol badges and CCS badges now look identical. They're not separated where one says CCS and the other says Sheriff's Office. The badges are identical. They are all sworn deputies. So we've made progress moving forward in trying to say this is unified. Another thing that I had wanted to do but has yet to come to fruition is I want my patrol staff, when they're going through their FTO program, I'd like them to spend 2 or 3 weeks in the jail. 1 or 2 days is not enough because you could have 2 very slow days and then all you've done is instill the impression that nothing happens up here. They need time in there to realize that, hey, this job gets crazy, it gets hectic, and it's just as dangerous as my job out on the road. It's also my opinion that if we will continue feeding the needs of patrol at the detriment of the jail, that could help sew some of that up. We have come to this course of action where we are fulfilling our patrol vacancies first and foremost out of the jail. This has caused this cyclic action of the jail deteriorating further and further and further because every single time they get a good person almost trained, they leave and go to patrol. I would like to look at programs like many other agencies use where if you come to work in the jail, it's with the understanding you're there for a definite amount of time, that you don't go to another division until you've earned your way. And you have to earn that to get there. You have to put in your time. I think that would also help with some of those feelings of long hours that our jail staff puts in and the attrition of the jail to patrol. My experience has been the best patrol officers come out of the jail. And I want everybody to start there. If I had my druthers, that would be where you started and then eventually move to patrol. The deputies that come out of the jail are typically more rounded. They know how to use their verbal skills. They're much better at de-escalation. They're much better at procedural justice, which for lack of a better term is you catch more bees with honey. It's the concept of, I think, Mr. Warren, one time you said, it's why we have 2 ears, 1 mouth. So I believe you said that at some point. I heard that. They tend to thrive if they come off the jail first and have learned those base skills before going straight out to the road. So that's a thought I've had.
Thank you. This is a 3-part question. The first part, what do you feel is the appropriate relationship between the sheriff's office and undocumented residents and workers in San Miguel County?
One more time, please.
Sure. What do you feel is the appropriate relationship between the sheriff's office and undocumented residents and workers in San Miguel County?
And I don't want to be impolite, but I don't like the wording of the question. The wording of the question seems to imply that I should be treating them differently than everyone else, which I would wholeheartedly disagree with. I believe that they should be treated equally as everyone else. And just a little background on that. I'm sure that I've heard rumors of late, and I'm sure that some of them have probably reached your ears. But as far as I can tell, I might be one of the only ones in this room with skin in this game. My first wife was Samoan. My nephew's wife, 2nd generation Hispanic, making his child 3rd generation Hispanic American. My 2 daughter-in-laws are 1st generation Filipino. My grandchildren are 2nd generation American Filipino, sorry. And members of my family have adopted children from other countries. So this is something that's actually very near and dear to my heart because we've lived through the immigration process. My one daughter-in-law is still fighting the immigration courts. Her country, because she didn't get permission to get married from her country, they dropped her visa. So for the last 4 years, we've been going through the immigration courts, trying to get her permanent residency. So I understand the dynamics behind it, and I've lived it. That being said, back to your question. I think the sheriff's office should stand behind our immigrants as they would any other citizen. I believe that they should be able to feel free to come to us with their problems and not have to worry about being rounded up and deported. That being said, we also have an obligation to protect them as any other citizen. And if a criminal element from a foreign country wants to come here and commit crimes, then that's going to be on them. If you're a citizen of the United States and you commit crimes, you go to prison. If you're a criminal from foreign land and you come here and commit crimes, maybe you should go home after you go to prison here. Because I don't like the criminal element. I do like our immigrant population.
Thank you, Dan. Part two of this question, the state of Colorado has laws in place that specify how local agencies can and cannot support ICE. What is your understanding and your professional opinion of these laws, the state laws regarding how law enforcement interacts with ICE?
Okay, so if we have a person that's brought to the jail on criminal charges, first thing we have to do is what's called an IAQ, and that's a determination on whether or not they have a civil detainer, a criminal warrant, or a bench detainer. Bench detainers are not the same as civil detainers. A bench detainer is an order by a judge, much like a warrant, that we will hold that individual until such time as a decision is made as to what happens. When someone is in the jail, we do not honor civil detainers. They are not a legal and binding thing. And if someone on the IAQ comes back with a civil detainer, we will notify immigration via telephone. And that is what we're required to do. However, we do not hold that individual. The process moves forward as it would for any other citizen. The booking process takes place. If the individual is able to bond and the judge gives them a bond, they're not detained, they're not held back. If immigration wants to speak to them, we have a specific set of forms. They have to be advised of their rights, that they do not have to speak to immigration unless they choose to. And if we tell immigration, I'm sorry, this individual does not want to speak to you, then immigration does not see them. That's their right. So that's on the jail side of things. In the community, I have not had an opportunity to have to deal with what would you call a raid? I don't know what else you would call it. I don't an apprehension of sorts. So I don't know what the policies and procedures for the federal government is in those aspects. However, the Colorado law is extremely similar when it comes to in the field as it is in the jail. So I would believe that we would apply the same concepts that we use in the jail in the field.
And just the second part of that second part was, what is your professional opinion of these laws? You've helped us understand them. What is your professional opinion of those laws?
These laws were put in place to protect hardworking people that are being contributing members to our society. It's so that those individuals are not unjustly or inappropriately targeted by any entity, law enforcement or anyone else. They are also designed to ensure that if we have that criminal element or that bad apple, that we have the means and the opportunity to deal with it. So the laws themselves, I think, are a good thing because they're there to protect the innocent and give us teeth for the criminal.
Thank you. And if these laws were not in place, how would you direct the sheriff's office to engage with ICE?
I don't think I change it. Again, they're very well done in that aspect. I'm sure that if we got into the nuances of every single piece of legislation, I would come into something that maybe I don't necessarily agree with or I would think needed changed. But the umbrella of those immigration laws on the whole are sufficient on their face, and I think I would continue using them.
Thank you, Dan.
And what do you feel is the most effective approach for the sheriff's office and other county agencies to manage crisis situations involving mental health?
Fast, immediate response. The faster we can intervene, the faster that we can get mental health providers and clinicians in contact with these people that are in crisis, the better off we're going to be. I believe that early intervention will help sway, if not deter, multiple calls to the same individual. It will get them the services they need in a more expedient fashion. It also gets the professionals there to do the job that we can't do. Now, most of our staff is CRT or CIT trained, depending on which class you went to. It's a very intensive 40-hour school that trains law enforcement on how to be that first responder. I am at a loss as to why we don't utilize that skill set more often, but I believe it is there and we should be utilizing it. I think that our community outreach programs with Axis, with Paragon, I think those are all fantastic programs and the people are very easy to work with and they want to help us. So I'd like to help them.
I'm sorry, I missed the last sentence. Access
Oh,
to
I said Paragon and Axis are really good people.
Yeah.
They want to help us.
Yeah.
And so I would like to be able to help them. I would help them with what they need. Because in the end, if we're all working together on this, we're going to be better off. That's with the understanding that we live in San Miguel County. We're not in Grand Junction or Denver. Those resources are not 30 seconds away. They're a half hour away or an hour or two. That's just something we have to work with and understand.
This is related to mental health. It's our understanding that the current sheriff has directed patrol not to respond to mental health crises, including active suicide. What is your understanding and opinion of this policy professionally, and how, if at all, would you change it if you were upon the sheriff?
Kind of covered a little bit that, but yes, that is true. It was about 9, 10, 11 months ago. Sheriff Masters started having some real concerns with where our current legislation is going and decisions that were being made by the courts. And most of those decisions are not in favor of law enforcement. They were putting us in kind of a tight bind, making us responsible for things that we shouldn't have been responsible for, but because we were there, in whatever capacity it might have been. So the sheriff put out a directive that unless a crime had been committed and that person needed to be taken into custody on a crime, then we were not to be going to those or responding to those. Suicide by cop is a very real thing, and it happens. It's never happened in this county that I'm aware of or any of our surrounding counties, but it could at any time. It's a calculated risk, in my opinion, but we take calculated risks every day. It's what our job is. I don't know why this should be any different. Is there going to be a situation where we say, no, this is not tactically safe for anyone, and we need to hold back and not do anything? Yes, there could be that situation. But more often than not, in my personal opinion, I think that with our CIT, CRT training, we can be that upfront figure. We can secure a scene. We can get mental health there and get people in contact with them. Again, the speedy intervention, getting those resources as fast as possible without as little a delay as possible. So that is my opinion. And I would like to think that with Axis, with Paragon, with their expertise, with the training our officers have already received and any continuing education that we can get them, we can move forward. And instead of a blanket prohibition on response, we can make more calculated judgments and informed decisions on, wait a minute, is this just one time? This is that one moment that we should not be doing this? Or is this a calculated risk that we can plan for and adjust for and provide the services needed?
Thank you, Dan.
What is your understanding of Senate Bill 25-003, which is the semi-automatic firearms and rapid fire devices? And what are your views on existing gun control statutes in Colorado in your professional capacity of a peacekeeping officer?
That's a long question. Okay, so understanding of the law, it's actually a very simple one. It's not a prohibition on owning certain guns. It is an endeavor to have certain training before you can purchase certain firearms. That being said, it's going to come at a cost to the counties. My personal and professional opinion on this is it's an unfunded mandate that is going to cost this county money. It's going to suck up resources and it's going to be difficult to regulate. There are no monies written into that bill for this. Now, Teller County, which is about 24,000 people, so slightly double of us, has already started their research. And their preliminary findings is it's going to cost them $500,000 to get this program off the ground with the software that is needed, the computer links to the Division of Wildlife, who will be the curators of the bill, the manpower needed to do the permitting. So I'm not sure how familiar you guys are with the bill, so please forgive me if you already know this. The process will be a person will come to our office. They will get their fingerprints, they will get their background. If they meet all those parameters, they will be given a permit to attend a training. Now, depending on what their last training was and when it was, it can be either an 8 or a 12-hour training. That's dictated by their previous training, their CCW, things of that nature. When they've completed this training, the instructor will give them a certificate of completion. They will then have to come back to us for the purchasing permit, if you will. I don't think they've actually titled it yet. And each one of these steps comes with a fee. Now, we can charge an administrative fee, but it's very, very minimal. It nowhere near covers any of the expenditures that will go into it. But the majority of the fees go back to the state and are remitted to the Division of Wildlife. So all the monies collected are going to the state, yet the bill is an unfunded mandate that we have to do this. So we are now going to have to figure out where's the money coming from, how are we going to implement this program, who at our office is going to be in charge of it, who's going to be the curator of it, who's going to be the one that stays on top of the bills and the legislation that is inevitably going to come. Now, I throw all that out in the forefront with the opinion that this bill is not going to stand anyway. I do not believe that it is going to survive U.S. Supreme Court scrutiny. I don't remember if it was Wisconsin or Minnesota. It was one of those Great Lakes area states. They enacted almost verbatim this legislation, and within 2 years, the U.S. Supreme Court nullified it and shot it down. I anticipate seeing something similar happen here. As far as my views on gun control or gun legislation, let's use that term. I prefer that. On gun legislation, I've spoken in front of your predecessors before on this issue, and I believe that there are gun legislation that need to happen, but it needs to be done in a realistic manner, and it needs to be enforceable. We have legislators that are continuously passing legislation on a topic they know nothing about, and on its face, it looks good. To the lay person who is not a sportsman, not a police officer, not a gun owner, on the surface, it looks good. But when you dig down into it, it's not enforceable and it's not good legislation. Good legislation is something that actually accomplishes a goal or accomplishes a safety measure. This is not one of those. This is a moneymaker. Anybody that wants to buy one of these guns that is now on, I'll call it the hot list, they can go through the training and they can get this gun. Any criminal who wants one of these guns is going to drive to New Mexico and buy it anyway. So what have we accomplished? We haven't accomplished anything. So the reality is the bill is to line the pockets of the state.
Thank you. And this was a two-part question. How do you feel about Montrose County recently declaring itself a Second Amendment sanctuary county? Do you feel a similar declaration would be appropriate here in San Miguel County?
No, I do not. This one you're asking for a very personal opinion on, and
No, as under sheriff and as a potential sheriff.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, within your professional
No,
realm.
I don't think
only.
that's right. I don't think that there should be a declaration on that. I believe that the US Constitution has been very clear, not only in our rights to assemble, but our rights to free speech, our rights to keep and bear arms. And I don't think that a county should take a stance one way or the other on that. This leads me to a personal point of politics, which is I am an independent. And the reason I am an independent is because when I was in the academy, we learned that the US Supreme Court are encouraged to drop their party affiliation when they take the bench. The reason being is they are supposed to be the supreme of impartiality. And I thought to myself at the very beginning of this career, why do we have to wait till we get to the Supreme Court to have that? Why is not law enforcement peacekeeping? Why are not they the beginning of supreme impartiality? And I think that for me to make that type of declaration as a sheriff would alienate some members of the community while benefiting or appeasing others. And it literally takes away that impartiality.
Just as a reminder, we have about 10 minutes left.
And how many more?
And we're on question number 9, so I think we're doing fine on time.
Yeah. There are different family members working together at the sheriff's office, including parents, children, spouses, and other relatives. How have you navigated concerns within the department and the community regarding nepotism? And how would you manage those concerns in the future if you are appointed sheriff?
I would continue to do what Sheriff Masters has done, which is we try to put in 1 degree of separation at least. In some cases, we have 3 degrees of separation. I have 1 deputy who answers to a corporal, the corporal answers to a sergeant, and the sergeant answers to a lieutenant. The lieutenant is the father of the deputy. So I have 3 levels of separation there. There's a very rare occurrence when a spouse or family member has to supervise a family member. It can happen, but in our world, and especially in San Miguel County, it's very difficult to not hire good people. And it has been my experience that if a parent or spouse has a good work ethic, so does their children. That's something that usually gets instilled. So it only makes sense that if I've got 1 good employee, chances are their child or other will also be a good employee. They're also more of a longevity individual. They already live here. They already work here. They grew up here. They were raised here. But again, in a community this small, you're always going to have issues where you have spouses, loved ones, children, possibly working in the same business, whether it be Clark's Market, Peaks Resort, Telluride Ski and Golf, or the San Miguel County Sheriff's Office.
Question number 10, how has Senate Bill 2217, enhancing law enforcement integrity, impacted law enforcement in San Miguel County? And how would you manage these challenges if appointed sheriff?
Mr. Bedonia said we only have 10 minutes left. This is literally something that could take hours. It has negatively impacted law enforcement across the country or across the state, not just San Miguel County. It has opened up the purse pockets for what I feel is frivolous litigation. It has put our deputies at risk. It has caused it to where any litigation that takes place almost has to be settled out of court, because if we don't, the legislation allows it. Let me rephrase how I'm saying that. If an officer is found liable in years past, insurance would pay for it, whatever. They got a little black eye out of it. We moved on and we learned from it. Now, if the officer is found liable, they can literally lose their career for the smallest thing. So the legislation gave the attorneys free gratis to take our money away for even the smallest infraction. And that's just at the forefront of that. You throw in the body cameras, the duty to report, the duty to intervene, the sanctions that the DA's office gets for discovery violations because somebody sees an officer half a block away on a body camera, but this officer, i.e. me, never saw them. didn't know they were on scene, and I don't have a report or a body camera from them, well, that's now a discovery violation. I had no idea the person was even there. So it's 217 and 1250. 1250 goes hand in hand with 217. So if we would like to have a very long discussion on that at some point in the future, I would be happy to. But the legislation is bad legislation, and it is bad for the profession, and it is bad for our deputies.
Thank you.
Some citizens are concerned the federal government may restrict people's rights to assemble, speak, and peacefully protest. If federal statute changes in this regard, how will you enforce the administration's limits on prohibitions?
I think we can go right back to the U.S. Supreme Court on this one. Let them try. The courts aren't going to let it stand. It's not. We have the right to peacefully assemble. We have the right to have our voices heard, no matter what side of the fence you're on. And I believe that the sheriff's office should assist those people that want to peacefully assemble and want to have their voices heard, make sure that they can do so safely. I don't believe that any administration of any political party will ever get anything like that to stand. The Supreme Court will knock that one right down.
Thank you.
You have approximately 5 minutes.
There was a second part of that question. I'm not sure that I heard an answer to, since we do have a couple minutes.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, so do you want to?
Yeah, if I'll repeat that. If federal statute changes in this regard, how will you enforce the administration's limits on prohibitions?
Oh, yes, I looked into that last night. That's almost an impossible question to answer because we don't know what those limitations would be. How do we formulate a plan for an event that hasn't occurred under directives that haven't been made? So I would fall back to my previous answer of, I believe our people have the right to peacefully assemble, and we should help facilitate that.
Fair, thank you. Last question. Is there anything else you would like to share that wasn't covered? Actually, two parts. Anything else you'd like to share that wasn't covered in this interview, or do you have any questions for the commissioners?
I do have a couple of things to share, and I have a question if I may open my book.
Of course, yes.
So actually, I have a whole bunch of questions, but Mr. Verdonia's cutting me off. So
You've got about 3 minutes.
my first and foremost question is, are there any changes or improvements that you guys would like to see at the sheriff's office, particularly for internal policies, disciplinary procedures, leadership development, or any of those categories? Is there something that we can do better that maybe you've looked at and said, you know, why don't they do this?
I can answer that from my point of view. I really appreciate that question, and that suggests to me that you would like to work collaboratively with the commissioners. I would defer that question though until after you or the other candidate is in place, and not use up our time for that, or your time for our points.
Then I have one that maybe you can answer for me right now. So from your guys' standpoint and your political position, are there any concerns or priorities that you have heard from the community regarding law enforcement and peacekeeping efforts in our county?
I can try to answer that. I think that a number of our questions touched on some of those concerns. We've had several letters from citizens with various affiliations and angles, and we've tried to incorporate both county-specific questions as well as some of the ones that we heard in the community.
Okay, understood. All right, now that we're running short on time, I would like to leave you with something that I prepared, and I will just pass it around so I don't have to walk up. Mike, one's for you. Jared, I didn't know you were going to be here.
Thank you. We'll share.
This is something that I was looking at, thinking forward, should I be fortunate enough to obtain this appointment? These are things that I'd like to look at as we move down the road. Let's just call it my strategic long-term plan. And it starts with things like immigration, mental health. As a base example, what is the biggest thing that I've seen in immigration, especially after coming back from Washington, D.C. at the National Sheriff's Convention? The simple answer to that is lack of resources. We don't have immigration judges over here. We don't have immigration attorneys. We have a large immigrant populace. How do we get these people to those services? Or better yet, why don't we bring those services here? Is there a way, looking down the line, that we could find pro bono immigration attorneys that would be willing to donate a few hours a month to the area? Is it even legal to offer out to a immigration judge, because I'm sure there's special trainings that go with that, to say, we will pay you X amount a year to come and hear cases here? Is there a way we can start expediting these very long, tedious processes, the processes that I've been going through with my daughter-in-law for 4 years? And she lives in an area that does have these amenities. So I can't even imagine how long some of these folks here have been working through this process. So anyway, that's just an example of some of my long-range ideas. And the other thing I'd like to leave you guys with, because it was not asked for, but I thought you might be interested. This is my curriculum vitae, all of my training. I listened to the sheriff and what he was looking for in his next sheriff. One of them was someone younger. I got him by a quarter of a decade, so I'm younger. A college education. I don't have a college education. What I do have is 5,000 hours of continued training over 25 years. Converted to semester credit hours, that's the equivalent of several doctorates. So I may not have a college education hanging on the wall, but I am educated. And then the last thing is on the very top of that are my 23 letters of accommodation I've received while working at this agency. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, I want to thank you all for having me here today.
And it's right on time.
We got it. Be right back. Yep. Thank you. I'm just gonna go all the way around. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jerry, I just said no new printer. I made you a copy as well.
I know where I can get one.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I'll let you.
Just a reminder that we are still in the public meeting.
Yes.
Would you wanna take a 10-minute break?
It's 9 minutes.
5-minute break?
Five.
Perfect. All right, we will be back shortly before 3 p.m.
Good.
Good, so. Well, it's a big room full of people to shake hands with.
Thanks, Elaine.
I would have came to you though.
It's okay. You need to get off that seat.
You'll make my rounds over the 15.
We met.
Just met. See you.
Hey, Carmen,
Wait up.
yeah, have you turned my video on? It's been off.
Is this the hot seat then?
That is
Lovely.
I will get out of the way. You're on candid camera, not candid, you're on camera.
It's a little weird being able to see myself.
Just look at us.
Maybe you can change the POV.
Oh, it's cool. It's quite all right. I'll try not to find it distracting.
I'll just begin by reviewing the process here today. These interviews will be conducted by the Board of County Commissioners, and the appointment will be made next week on Wednesday, April 30th at a special meeting of the BOCC. We have public here in person as well as on Zoom, but we will not be taking public comment at this time or questions from the public. The public is, however, invited to a meet and greet later this afternoon at the Placerville Schoolhouse. We will be there from 5 to 6:30 p.m. And at that time, we will have 5 minutes for both you and the other candidate to speak to the people about your, whatever it is you'd like to speak about and why you're seeking this position. That will be available on Zoom for the public, but the rest of it is much less formal. You'll be kind of moving to either side of the room and mingling, asking questions, so that part of it will not be available on Zoom. The public is invited to provide comments. At the Placerville Schoolhouse, we have a form with questions that are prompts, I should say, for people who would like to provide comment on the two commissioners, and if people, the two candidates. And if people don't make it to Placerville, they can email the BOCC at sanmiguelcountyco.gov. And we've already been receiving lots of input in terms of questions to ask and also recommendations for the two candidates. We would ask that all of any further comments be submitted by the end of the day this coming Friday, April 25th at 5 p.m. to make sure that the commissioners have time to review all the comments before the decision is made on April 30th. Did I cover everything there? Okay, any questions on that, Lane?
A lot of folks have been asking me if there's going to be food at the meet and greet. So
Light snacks.
This is not a dinner party.
it wasn't, and I was told to ask it. Not insinuating.
Still have light snacks, yeah. Thank you. So I just want to begin by thanking you, Lane, for stepping up and offering to serve in this position. There's a lot of responsibility, as we all know, and you well know from your father's experience, to be the sheriff of any county, including San Miguel County. And we are really grateful that you've thrown your hat in the ring, and we appreciate the process that you've gone through in terms of application and all that. So thank you very much. I'd also like to say that some of the questions that we will be asking today ask for your views or opinions on certain laws and policies that pertain to law enforcement. I just want to clarify that with these questions, we are seeking your views in your professional capacity as a peacekeeping officer and not your personal political views or opinions as a private citizen. So this would be purely in the professional realm. And whether those are the same or not is up to you, but we'd like you to use your professional answer for those questions.
I don't think that I'm that different of a person between my private time and professional time.
Okay. All right, so the commissioners are gonna rotate asking questions. We'll start with Commissioner Waring and go to Commissioner Gleason, to myself, and then on, and I did forget something, what did I forget?
45.
Yes, so we are, I know we said 60 minutes, but we gave the previous candidate 45 minutes to answer the 12 questions because we needed to get to you on time, and so we would stick to that same amount of time. And just to clarify, we are asking the same questions to you. Some of the questions, as you have seen them, you've reviewed them, I imagine, are multi-part, and we'll ask them in steps. So don't worry about having to remember 3 or 4 part questions. We'll ask them in steps.
Understood.
Great. Here we go.
Question number 1. The current sheriff has described the office under his leadership as shifting from a law enforcement agency to a peacekeeping agency. What do you perceive as the difference between law enforcement and peacekeeping? And which approach do you feel is more appropriate at this time?
Well, I don't know that it's unique to our agency. I think that has to be the national shift. Law enforcement in and of itself is a term I don't particularly like. For one, it's kind of ridiculous. There are hundreds of thousands of laws between state, federal, local, county to enforce. I also don't like the term itself because it has the word force in it. And if we look at Sir Robert Peel's Principles of Policing, the modern founder of policing, he says essentially that the police need the cooperation of the people in order to promote peace. So I would say the word force needs to be taken out of that equation. We need the cooperation of the people, then we need to be able to work with them. The term peace officer, I think, is much more accomplishable than enforcing all of the laws, and also more telling to what the mission of the role is. We're there to promote public peace. We're there to protect people. I think the drug war is a really good example of this. I think it was a policy disaster. Our county was one of the first ones to stop enforcing marijuana laws. It's another one of Robert Peel's concepts that we shouldn't enforce unpopular laws because it makes a rivalry between us and the citizenry. And it's a failed effort. We can't arrest our way out of the drug problem. And it really doesn't necessarily solve the public peace aspect of it either. If there's a way that we could get people to not need, these substances for which they have these addictions, then we're doing more to promote this public peace. Stuffing somebody in a jail cell may get them to stop using drugs, at least for the period of time in which they're in the jail cell. But I've really never seen that to be effective. Nationally, the trend has been getting people into treatment for minor drug offenses, and that's been proving to be far more fruitful. So I think that is kind of just a snippet of an example of it. But being a peace officer, you look at the issues holistically. You look at why crime is occurring, what it is about this person in that moment in time that is causing them to behave in the manner in which they are, and try to determine a manner in which we can change that behavior rather than trying to arrest our way out.
Thank you.
What do you see as the biggest challenge facing our community in terms of public safety and crime prevention, and how do you plan to address them?
So the problem here is that I see in our community in particular is with bond reform. Bond reform is kind of hamstringing our judges in that they're taking away some of the authority of the officers of the court to be able to assign bond relative to the person and the crime. Instead, they're just scheduling it out. So you've done this offense, this is how much your bond is, and you can wind up right back out on the street. I'll use an example from just my career since I've been here. When I first got here, we had a guy that I investigated, we arrested for a really, really bad domestic assault. This included using a knife against his partner. This included hitting them with brass knuckles, choking them, really a bad case of abuse. And we were really just kind of below the threshold of where this would be an attempted homicide. Where I was before, this person would have gotten a $100,000 bond every day of the week, twice on Sunday. Always would have happened. This person was assigned a $300 bond. They walked out and they immediately absconded. They went back to the state that they were from because they had no connections to this community whatsoever other than the person that they assaulted. And they were gone. I had to put the U.S. Marshals on them. When the U.S. Marshals found them, they were arrested again. They got another $300 bond and they're gone again. It's been 2 years now and this person has not seen the inside of a courtroom. Think now how that would feel for that victim and that victim's family and the rest of the community that knows that this person was here and is now at large and has never faced anything for their violent behavior. I think that is really the crisis that we're facing right now. I think that the public is fed up with it, and not just locally, but nationally. And I think that it's going to change. But I also think that it's really important that the person that steps into the sheriff role has a plan to try to mitigate this issue in the community. I do have a plan. It's more cops. I know this is a really novel idea. It sounds very simple, but I have metrics to support that. If criminals are not going to be held in jail until their trial, where they could potentially wind up in prison, or be provided by the court the avenues to recover from whatever it is that's causing them to commit crime, such as addiction, if that be the case, then we need to have more cops out on the street. We need more people out there to help protect the community because these people are out there. I'm going to use a quick example, try to be concise. This year, I think it's no secret, DUIs are through the roof. And it's easy to say, well, maybe more people are drinking and driving, but that's not actually the fact. I think the exact same number of people are drinking and driving. The difference is now, because we're very recently close to being fully staffed on patrol, my partner, Sergeant Donellan, and I have been staffing multiple deputies at night. Because of that, we're intercepting a number more DUIs. There's another interesting metric that parallels that in that this year we also don't have any highway fatalities yet. Last year, I think we had half a dozen. We also didn't have the staffing that we did. I see these two as being connected because every person, you know, they might have made a mistake. They might have overserved themselves. They might have believed themselves to be safe to drive. They might have an addiction issue. But in that moment, they chose to get behind the wheel while intoxicated. They could have died. They could have killed somebody else. I would rather somebody get a DUI than wind up as a statistic for one of our highway fatalities. And the way we've dealt with that is by putting more cops out on the road.
Thank you. The sheriff's office budget is approximately 43% of the total general fund budget of the county, which is to say it is substantial. What is your philosophy around budgeting?
I am getting over a bit of a cold that my son gave me too, so apologize. Well, it's an interesting statistic. I saw this on the questions and I actually called Christina this morning because I was curious how many employees we actually have in the county cumulatively and how many employees are made up of that from the sheriff's office. We're not, it doesn't seem anybody's really totally sure how many employees we have in the sheriff's office. What is it?
50.
50. Well, I came up with 49, so I was pretty close counting with my fingers. So 50 employees at the sheriff's office. There's between 120 and 150 employees in the county, with about 30 of those being part-time employees. So if we just use the metric of 150 and 50. So we account for 33% of the employees in San Miguel County and 43% of the budget. I don't really see that as a very disparaging number between the two. We have a lot of expensive equipment. We have a lot of expensive needs. We have a lot of training needs. But I will say, I also think for what the purview I've had with the budget, I have seen a number of instances where we could save quite a bit of money by better use of our funds. And also, really, I think some of the sections of the budget are very bloated and could probably be cut down. I do have some experience with budget management. I don't oversee the budget right now, but I used to be the assistant commander for the bomb squad with the Bismarck Police Department. Bomb squads are the most expensive police entities in existence. You know, our armored vests that we wear, they're about $1,000 a unit. A bomb suit is $80,000. And I had to buy one every year because they expire somehow. So I had to have a procurement cycle in place where I would purchase just the bomb suit, one a year, to cycle through the 6 that we needed to remain operational. A robot costs like $200,000. We had 2 of those. Lots and lots of equipment. So it took a lot of doing, and it took a lot of effort to develop a system that we could manage the funds that we got annually, as well as getting grants for them, to be able to cycle through and maintain our equipment, maintain our training, and keep our licensure as a bomb squad. Also, a lot of people don't know this about me. I briefly ran my own home business, something to do on the side because I get easily bored. I ran that for 2 years. It was a retail business where I sold American-made hard products and clothing and supplements and things like that. And much to my taxman's surprise, I turned a profit my first year. That was also procurement cycles. It was also accounts payable, thing like that. Retail is a bit of a pain as far as budget management goes. But I found it to be very rewarding, and I was fortunate enough that after 2 years, I got offered a non-competition agreement with a much larger chain store. It's a good return on investment, so I no longer own a business anymore.
Okay, a second part to that question. What is your understanding of the sheriff's office current budgeting process, specifically interaction with county admin and the BOCC? How if at all, would you recommend adjusting the process if given the opportunity to make change?
So I have a lot of thoughts on this. I'll try to keep it concise again. The current structure, as I understand it, is the sheriff sort of delegates down to the undersheriff and Jen Dinsmore with determining the budget. When he receives it back from them, he signs it off. It goes to our county managers, it goes to finance, it goes to the Board of County Commissioners for approval, and we go from there. I'm not really privy to that process in my current position. I will say I have a lot of thoughts on how that might be able to be done a little bit differently. I really like the idea that it goes through the hands of a lot of intelligent people, but I think it could go through the hands of those intelligent people a little earlier. And also, I think it's really important that in this modern era of policing, of which I came from, that we have metrics in place. And statistics are really important for that. And that's something that I'm not personally great at, but my partner, Sergeant Donnellan, is excellent at, and Corporal Bills is really, really good at. And to be able to provide statistics of what's actually going on to give everybody a picture of why we need certain things and show the justification for that, like I just did with the justification for more deputies so that we can enforce more DUIs and reduce the amount of highway fatalities. That's really useful. And I think it's really important for us to be transparent, not just with the folks in this room, but with the community as a whole, because this is taxpayer money, as to why we are making the purchases that we are. There's a couple areas that we can trim some fat on. I can tell you there's 2 budgets right now that one of them is about double the size it needs to be, to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars. There's another one that's about 1/3 larger than it needs to be, to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars. There's also some processes which are costing us money. We have a habit of buying products without testing them, and we have a habit of betting on the wrong horse, usually because of cost and buying the cheaper product. Case example would be body worn cameras, have to have them, state requirement. We went with one brand. We never tested the other brand. I came from an agency that tested everything before we bought it, and you get an idea of what the problems are and what the interfaces are. And you might realize, well, this product might cost a little bit more, but it's a lot better. And that saves us money in the long run because it saves us from buying one product, realizing it doesn't work, and then having to go back and buy the other product. There's another avenue to help that. One of that is accreditation. I came from an agency that was an accredited agency. And what that gives us is the ability to look at what other agencies are doing policy-wise, who are facing some legal issues, similar equipment issues as we are, and review the things that they've done in testing too. So we can see what products are being used. And really, what's becoming the industry standard for these products is the horse we want to be betting.
Thank you.
Sheriff's departments and other law enforcement agencies across the state are finding it difficult to attract qualified candidates. Discuss your philosophy and techniques relating to recruitment and retention of personnel.
So this is a nationwide issue. It's very easy, and I think personally lazy, to just say that it's not the job it used to be, and it's not a popular job. You know, the media makes us look like the bad guys, and communities don't support us, and you could potentially be killed in the job, you could be sued, you could wind up in prison. These are all true. However, in my experience, the people that want to do this, that believe in this profession and believe in serving their communities, they do the job for reasons other than money. That said, I've worked for 2 police agencies at this point. Also a military veteran. I've had a lot of experience with leaders, both being a leader and working with other leaders. And I will tell you resoundingly, people don't quit jobs, people quit people. Those things that I just listed are obviously concerns, but they're particularly a concern when you feel that your leaders don't have your back when that person is trying to sue you, when that person is trying to take your job, and that person is making an accusation of you that is completely false. And when you have a leader who is inexperienced and doesn't know how to manage that process, it becomes scary and people walk away. It is very easy. I can attest to this. We're more valuable than we think we are. It is very easy for us to get very good, high-paying jobs in the private sector because we have some people skills, or at least people think we do. And we have some background and we have experience. Cops are worth quite a bit outside of policing. So we have to do things to try to retain people. This alludes a little bit to the budget issue too, because as I told you guys last year, it cost us about $200,000 to wash a police recruit. So somebody that doesn't make it through the FTO process cost us about $200,000. Jared's nodding. I believe that to be a pretty accurate figure. That only magnifies over time. So when I left the Bismarck Police Department, what I took with me was about $1 million in training that they had supplied to me. That is a huge deficit. So when we lose people that are tenured, it's even worse than losing new recruits. So when I got promoted to sergeant, I really targeted this with patrol because we were hemorrhaging people. When I got here, we were at half staff under patrol. I was very fortunate to have an excellent partner in Sergeant Donnellan, and he and I were able to work together to come up with a number of different things to holistically attack that issue. I changed the schedule around. That schedule now affords us more time off while still meeting the same number of hours. And it also took a hatchet to our overtime budget. We came here in this very room and I talked to many of these people to argue for our pay to be pared with our neighboring agencies such as TMO and Mountain Village Police Department. That helps because people are less likely to be scalped by our other agencies. We changed, probably most importantly, the leadership culture on the patrol division. And what I mean by that is there's a modern model that I've received the training on and gone through and adopted myself for leadership that is more effective with the upcoming generations. And that's servant leadership. And I firmly believe in servant leadership. And what that is, in a nutshell, this is an oversimplification, is not, I'm going to give you an order and tell you what to do. It's, I'm going to enable and I'm going to empower you to be able to do it yourself and to make that decision on your own. That looks very different than traditional leadership models, which are very similar to military models. I was in the military and I never found that model effective. So that cultural change was extremely important. And then lastly, was something that I've completely forgotten. So I'll just end the question there. There was a fourth.
Come back to it if you need.
It's all.
Currently, we are aware of a division between patrol operations and CCS. What would you do to develop a more unified sheriff's office?
Well, first of all, I think that this division is a holdover from older leaders. I've heard about it. I've certainly seen some of it. It's not something that I endorse. You know, this is a team sport, and I will strongly argue that point that we can't do any of the things that we do. Take patrol, for example. You can't do it without the support of CCS, without our dispatchers, without the support of our admin staff through our reports, and work with our county managers to get the funding in order to do so, and our county commissioners and our county attorney and our local media, such as Julia, who helps us out too. This is 100% a team sport. So I reject the idea that there should ever be any sort of division. Now there was, clearly, because it's been brought up, and I've seen some of it. That said, I would point to recent events. Just a couple months ago, we promoted 2 patrol deputies to corporal. Both of those deputies came from CCS. They were CCS deputies beforehand. I was pulling performance statistics the other night, and I noted that our top performing deputy this year by no small margin is a recent deputy who came from CCS, and a young, fairly new deputy. We have 1 deputy graduating from the academy this coming month, who came from CCS. And our next deputy is waiting and working in CCS now for his academy date in January. So I would point to that, and I would say I think that that division is already on the mend. And I think a big cause of that is some changes in leadership and changes in leadership style. And I think that's very much evidence of that being the case. If there was such a division, I'm not sure why anybody would want to come and work on the patrol side.
What do you feel, and this is a 3-part question, in the first part, what do you feel is the appropriate relationship between the sheriff's office and undocumented residents and workers in San Miguel County?
So my philosophy is, and this isn't the Webster's definition, we'll see it under the dictionary, but justice is the equal application of the law for all people. Now, is that always true? Certainly not. I think it's an ideal and it's something we need to endeavor to. But I'll say this, in my opinion, I don't care if you are like me and were born in this community, or if you were one of the families on Wrights Mesa who's been in this community for over a century, or if you're just a worker driving through our county or coming and commute for your job, or if you just got here yesterday. The second your feet enter San Miguel County, you are under my protection and the protection of all of our deputies. I worry about our undocumented folks because they're afraid right now. And I think they have every right to be afraid. Unfortunately, I think they are correct to be afraid. We are seeing some things go on right now that I cannot believe are occurring in the United States. I am seeing due process being taken away for some people, which I think is abhorrent. And we're literally seeing a gulag propped up in El Salvador where people who are not from El Salvador are being sent without due process. That is a good reason to be afraid. All Americans should be afraid, regardless of our immigration status. So I think because of that, they're inherently more marginalized. They're less likely to call us. They're less likely to trust us. I really admire Chief Josh Compt with the Marshal's Office for the things that he did when he got here and took over as chief, putting together the Cabecito con la Policia program, where he could sit down and meet with the community members and get to know their peace officers. I think that's really good. They start to see us, start to know us, start to ask us questions. I've been very fortunate to be invited to that and participate in that because we need folks to be able to trust us. Right now, there's another word being thrown around called criminal migrant that they're using as a politicized word to categorize people even differently. Consider if people are afraid of their local peace officers and they're afraid that an interaction with us is going to wind up with them being in El Salvador. Do you think it's reasonable to think that that person might run away from us? Do you think it's reasonable that person might give us a fake name? Do you know that those are crimes under Colorado law? To run from the police, to provide false information? So if the community can't trust us, that's our problem. We need to earn that trust. And it can't shock us if when people don't trust us that they wind up committing crimes. When they commit those crimes, it only harms their further status in this country because now somebody else can call them a criminal migrant. So it's really absolutely paramount that we be able to outreach not just to the migrant community, but to everybody, all marginalized people, regardless of who you are or where you're from.
Thank you, Lane. The second part of this question, the state of Colorado has laws in place that specify how local agencies can and cannot support ICE. What is your understanding and professional opinion of these laws?
So some of these laws I think are helpful. Some of them run in paradox with federal laws. And they can put police agencies in a difficult position, particularly if you oversee a jail, because these detentions are where a lot of these laws come in. You know, there's not a lot that we can actually do to stop the federal government from doing what, you know, they say fit. They are bound by laws as well, but we're seeing some strange precedents take place in recent times. I'm not against these laws, but I'll say one of them that I think we've avoided, that I think we should continue to avoid, is the sanctuary city law, because all that really does is make us a target for these other entities. Sanctuary cities don't actually do anything to protect the people that they mean to. It's a great political thing, you know, it might help somebody get reelected, but it doesn't actually do anything to help the folks that it's aiming to. So we have to very cautiously navigate these things moving forward. And I know this is going into the next question, but just take part of this answer with it.
Sure.
But it's really important that we have a good pulse on what is going on what is changing, especially with the federal government changes, and how to best approach these factors to protect our people. And like I said, my definition of our people is anybody whose feet are planted in San Miguel County.
Okay, and so the last part, if these state laws were not in place, how would you direct the sheriff's office to engage with ICE?
Again, it needs to be navigated based on circumstance. You know, I would say if somebody's going to come here to do harm, and that's their only purpose, is to come here and commit violence, cause problems, burn things down, sell drugs, even sell fentanyl that's going to kill people. Yeah, I don't want you here. I don't care what your origin is. I don't care who you are or really any other demographic things about you. If you're going to come here and do harm, I don't want you here. Now, that said, we're not seeing due process right now, which I think out of everything that's gone on is the scariest thing to me. When we lose due process for some, we lose due process for all. And without due process, how do we even know that somebody isn't already a citizen? So we have to approach it pragmatically, also while abiding by the laws. I think there's a time and a place to shout Axios and throw yourself on your sword. I don't think we're there, but we also need to be able to have the courage to do so if that precipice comes to us.
Thank you.
Lane, what do you feel is the most effective approach for the sheriff's office and other county agencies to manage crisis situations involving mental health?
I would really suggest deferring to the way the Ninth Circuit does things. So this is California, and oddly North Dakota is also in the Ninth Circuit. So I'm very familiar with the Ninth Circuit, but there's a number of agencies already, large agencies in places that are progressive, that are tackling these issues and conducting experiments on how to approach this differently. I'll tell you, cops are not mental health professionals. We're probably not smart enough to be mental health professionals. I wish I was a little bit more emotionally intelligent. My wife would probably really appreciate that. But we're not always the right person there. And something that, especially when we talk about use of force incidents, that people kind of forget is everywhere a cop goes, there is a gun there because it's attached to us and people can try to take it from us. And it's not always an improvement to have a cop in a situation. So I like the idea that we're looking at different solutions. I think the Ninth Circuit has really done a lot of the better progressive things and developed the standard operating procedures that police can look at and go from. I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel too much. But that said, I think it's good that we're making some sort of steps to try different avenues to deal with people that are having mental health crises.
In the same vein, our understanding is that the current sheriff is directed patrol to not respond to mental health crises, including active suicide. What's your understanding and opinion of this policy, and how, if at all, would you change it if you were appointed sheriff?
So that policy was made by the sheriff after being informed by me on it. So you could call that my policy. It's a hard one to explain. It's a hard one to understand. So I'm going to tell you a short story, if I can. This man, Brett Nail, was my partner and my best friend when we were detectives. We were patrol officers together, detectives together. We were on the bomb squad together. We took family vacations together. And I was there when his children were born. Brett is dead. Brett committed suicide. And through all the things that we saw and did together, he developed PTSD, which also led into an alcohol problem. One night, his wife gathered his two boys and left the house because he was drunk and suicidal, and she called the police. A patrol shift responded, and a patrol sergeant called me and said, "What do I do?" And he knew what to do. He knew what the right answer was because we had procedures that were developed out of the Ninth Circuit, which was walk away. It's an armed person inside of a home suffering from contaminated thought between a mental health issue and magnified by alcohol. What are we going to do? We're going to go in there. You guys are familiar with what suicide by cop is? It's very common. I have several friends that unfortunately have had to kill people who are meaning to commit suicide by cop. I've had it happen to me. I fortunately did not have to kill that man, but I've had somebody charge at me with a knife trying to get me to kill him. This was my friend. This was a fellow cop. The sergeant in this instance knew him very well also. And I told him to walk away because we're not going to go in there and we're not going to get into a gunfight with our friend. So Brett died by his own hand, and his family came to live with me. This was within their home that this happened for a couple months until we got them a new place to live and their affairs settled. His parents came to stay with me once too, and unfortunately Brett was actually their second son that committed suicide. And their parents were very mad at this sergeant who they knew. And I had to sit them down and explain to them that I was the one that made that call. about my best friend. So I say this to illustrate the point. There is a reason why this policy exists. And I tell you, when I make that decision, it is an informed decision. I think I know better than most what the implications of that decision can be and what the repercussions of it are. But it could be a lot worse. Brett was able to die with his honor intact. At his funeral, we talked about the cases of the kids that we helped protect and save. What we didn't talk about was a man who got into a gunfight with his brothers. It's not an ideal situation. This can be an ugly business. And there are hard decisions that have to be made. You have to have the courage to be able to make those decisions.
Thank you, sir.
What is your understanding of Senate Bill 25003, semi-automatic firearms and rapid fire devices? And what are your views on existing gun control statutes in Colorado in your professional capacity?
Well, I think it's an interesting experiment. I'm sorry, but you can't convince me that there's not a problem in this country with gun violence. I've been to probably well over 100 shooting scenes in my career, worked in a much busier agency than we have here. Of those hundreds, most of them were people accidentally shooting themselves or deliberately, such as the instance I just talked about. This bill, in its form that it passed in, is less of a prohibition on the weapons themselves and more of adding a layer to it where they're essentially trying to get people to get some training on safety. And I think they should add laws, firearms laws, to that. And I think it's a good idea. Now it's a new law. It's difficult to make laws. It's difficult to make laws that are satisfactory to everybody, and they have to survive the courts. And I think this law will be tested in the acid test of the court systems because it is a law that's restricting the Second Amendment of the Constitution. But that said, I think something needs to be done, and I think this is a creative approach to it. I have a ham radio license. I'm a bit of a nerd, and amateur radio. You have to take a test to get your basic license. And on this test is safety and legal questions. This is to operate over radio because radios can electrocute you. And if you use the radio incorrectly, you could wind up on an aircraft frequency and you could block air traffic control and you could cause a crash, or you could get on a firefighter frequency or police frequency, cause all sorts of problems. So there's safety and legal aspects to it. A radio is a tool for my First Amendment rights, freedom of speech, right? I had to get a license to be able to use it. To get a more powerful radio, I just had to take another test because this radio can toss across the country. I don't see it as unreasonable. I actually learned a lot of things about my radios, including how not to electrocute myself in doing so. I don't really see the harm in doing that with firearms.
Second part to this question, how do you feel about Montrose County recently declaring itself a Second Amendment sanctuary county? And do you feel a similar declaration would be appropriate here in San Miguel County?
Can we declare ourselves a people sanctuary? Or maybe all constitutional right sanctuary? I'd like that a little bit more. I don't know that that does anything. I think that's a political thing and it's politicking. I know this is a political position, but I don't really care for politicking. The reality is you can call yourself whatever you want. It doesn't necessarily change the fact that the state has passed laws that we need to abide by, and we need to look at and address and figure out how we as the sheriff's office are going to manage them. But I like people sanctuary.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. There are different family members working together in the sheriff's office, including parents, children, spouses, and other relatives. How have you navigated concerns within the department and the community regarding nepotism? How would you manage those concerns in the future if you are appointed sheriff?
So let's address the elephant in the room. I am Bill Masters' son. He is the sheriff. He also has 3 other children, and I don't believe that they're interviewing for this position. And the reason is because they're not qualified to. They're very intelligent, very successful people, but they're not qualified for this job. I am. I'm going to tell you another brief, shorter than the last one, story. When I got out of the Marine Corps, my father wanted to hire me. I said, absolutely not. I am not going to be the boss's kid. I got a job at the Bismarck Police Department. I thought I'd only be there for a couple of years, maybe move down to Denver or somewhere closer to home. They kept giving me new jobs. They kept promoting me. They kept giving me detective jobs and sending me to bond trainings and sending me to SWAT school and all these other things. And it's really a great career. A few years back, the undersheriff called me and said, I have a detective position. This was the old undersheriff, Eric Byrne. I have a detective position. This is when I was a detective. You should come do that. I said, absolutely not. I'm not going to be the boss's kid. And I sure as hell am not going to step into a ranked position without earning my place. A few years after that, my dad called me because they had an open sergeant position. And I said, absolutely not. That is the last thing I'm going to do, is step into a position supervising all of these people who don't know me. Recently, my mother's health, my biological mother's health, kind of collapsed. I was in a private sector job where they were throwing a lot of money at me, which was nice, but I was desperately bored. And it facilitated the need for me to move home. I needed to be able to take care of my mother. She's in a nursing home, and manage her affairs. I looked at my resume that spanned a decade and a half between the Marine Corps and Bismarck Police Department. And I thought, well, now I've really achieved a lot. And I think it'd be hard for anybody to say that I don't belong there as a deputy. So I applied to the sheriff's office. The current undersheriff called me and offered me a lieutenant position that didn't exist. I said, no, I need to be a deputy. So I was, and I was a deputy for a year. And the sergeant position opened up. I worked with the deputies. I got to know them. When the sergeant position opened up, I was asked by the deputies if I was going to apply for it. And I said, no, only if you support me. And they called my bluff and supported me in applying for the sergeant position. Now I'm here talking to you. So how am I going to manage nepotism? I'm going to do my job, and I'm going to be humble and be truthful with people and show them that I belong to be here, not because of what my last name is, but because I kind of look like that old guy whose name's on the side of the building.
Thank you.
We have 9 minutes left.
And 3 questions.
3 minutes per question. Got it.
First question, how has Senate Bill 2217 enhancing law enforcement integrity impacted law enforcement in San Miguel County? And how would you manage those challenges if appointed sheriff?
So I say body cameras are great. I came from an agency that didn't have one. It's the best thing we have ever gotten in policing. It exonerates us more than it indemnifies us, or incriminates us, excuse me. Indemnification is good. That's part of the next part of my answer. The problem with 217 is the removal of qualified immunity. That makes this a very unattractive job. Now, through no fault of your own, by conducting business the way you have to and doing things that you have to do, somebody can sue you personally as a deputy, as a sheriff, as a peace officer. That's a problem. I don't know why anybody would want to do this job, right? So what winds up happening is we have to indemnify our staff because they don't have qualified immunity anymore. And what that means is now that cost is passed on to the local taxpayers. So we've created a law that removes qualified immunity and creates an ecosystem for attorneys to file lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit to enrich themselves, and the people who have to pay for it are the taxpayers. That is an absolute mess. How do we deal with it? Well, we could complain about it like I just did. That makes you feel better, but it's not very helpful. I think what's really important, and it kind of harkens back to what I was saying earlier about employees wanting to know that their supervisors have their backs, is having experienced leaders. Having leaders that understand particularly use of force incidents, because those are the things that are going to get us sued, and how to deal with those administratively, how to deal with them training-wise, how to address them. We are currently being sued for a use of force incident where the deputies didn't do anything wrong. They did everything right. But inexperienced supervisors wrote a review of that use of force, and they wrote what the deputies should do, should have done, not what they did, not what happened, not the situation they were facing, what they should have done in a sanitized, perfect world. That is a mistake and is actually a violation of Graham v. Connor, which is the legal standard which sets all use of force precedent. And it reads in part, what a reasonable officer would do with the circumstances and fact that they knew at the time. not with 2020 foresight, hindsight, excuse me. So we need leaders that understand that and that can do these sorts of reviews correctly. We need leaders that have gone through use of force incidents and managed use of force incidents. And also, we need to know who our teammates are on this. We need to have a relationship with our attorneys. We need to have friendships with other attorneys that deal with these things more regularly, such as the attorneys that defend police departments and police officers.
Thank you.
Some citizens are concerned the federal government may restrict people's rights to assemble, speak, and peacefully protest. If federal statute changes in this regard, how will you enforce the administration's limits or prohibitions?
So some of you guys know me, and you could probably guess that I'm not the kind of person that likes to be told what to do, least of all by somebody in Washington, D.C. or federal government, or really even the state government with like House Bill 217. Again, I think it's important to have the sense to know when we are going to draw a line in the sand and going to say, no, I'm not doing that. No, you will not be using our deputies to enforce that. And I think that that's something that's important really for both sides of the aisle politically. You know, right now, I know there's a lot of concerns over ICE. Under the previous administration, there was concerns about the ATF for people's gun rights. This is not something that I think should be polarizing. A local sheriff has a lot of authority and has a lot of latitude in what they can do with that authority and how they use it. So I think it's really important that that authority reflect on Sir Robert Peel's principles of policing and ensure that that authority is being used in the mechanism in which the community which they represent wants it to. I am not going to let anybody tell me what to do. You might not like that about me. Federal government might not like that about me. But I am going to do what I believe is right for our community, for the community that raised me, so that it can continue to be a good place for everybody to live.
Does that mean you're not going to do what we tell you to do?
If I don't agree with it, yeah.
That's not an interview question. That was a joke.
It is true.
Is there anything else you would like to share that wasn't covered in this interview, and or do you have any questions for the commissioners?
I have a short thing to share. You know, yes, I'm Bill Masters' son. Address the nepotism issue, I think. But I want to point out too that I'm actually a decade older than he was when he became our county sheriff. And with that decade, I have a decade's worth of experience in a much busier city police department. A day there was like a month here, maybe more. I've been to hundreds of crime scenes. I've investigated thousands of cases. There's really not much left that I haven't seen before. I am also young enough that I still have the energy and the adaptability to work with our changing world. I do believe, not to be negative, that the next, well, really the remainder of the 2020s are going to be difficult times. The world is at war. The economy is not doing too great, and our country is very divided. I think in these times, you want leaders like me to help steward our community through the coming era.
Thank you, Lane. Any questions?
What are the snacks at the
Cookies, seltzer water, veggie plate. Well, thank you so much, Lane. We really appreciate your candid responses and thoughtful responses.
Thank you all. Good luck.
And again, thank you for stepping up.
See you down Valley.
Yeah, see you shortly.
We just have a meeting to adjourn.
There you are.
I just, before we adjourn, want to remind the public that we will be heading down Valley soon to the Placerville Schoolhouse. for a meet and greet with the two candidates from 5 to 6:30. The first few minutes, 5 minutes for each candidate, will be on Zoom. That will be the candidates making their statements to those who are gathered and those who are on Zoom, but then we will discontinue Zoom after that because it'll be an informal kind of meet and greet and chit chatting and all that. And then again, if anybody would like to provide input or feedback comments to the commissioners before we make this decision on next Wednesday, April 30th, you can either come to the meet and greet and fill out some forms we've provided with prompts, or please email the BOCC at sanmiguelcountyco.gov by the end of the day this Friday, April 5th at 5 p.m. All right, I think that covers that. I'm now looking for you know what.
I will move to adjourn.
Well, second.
Any discussion? Just kidding. How do you vote?
Aye.
I as well. This meeting is adjourned.